Oh, hello. Hold on, I have to advertise on the president thing. Okay? Hold on, okay? I have to advertise on the. Hello. Well, what happened? Why the face? Why the eyes? What happened? Well, what happened? What? 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 What happened, Karasu? Hello, Lucy. I may not talk too much. I'm working some time, but I'm listening. Okay, thank you. What happened? Oh, I thought there was something on my face. My hair might seem lighter because it's washed. Also, hit the like to other watchers. Oh. Yes. We should get Connor here. Um, I'm trying to remember how the PlayStation 2 is called. The thing. I'm trying to think. I forgot how what the call is, the emulator. Mm, what's the? Oh my god. Hello, hello. Oh, you're here, and you're white. You're white. Okay. Okay, okay. That's the one. Okay, I found it. Thank you, everybody, for being patient with me. It's like free watchers. It's like the famous troikas in the Soviet Union. One person is like a party of like local party chief. One is like the local prosecutor, and one is the local NKVD member, and they decide the fate of the peasants, like the troikas, you know, during the Stalin purges. Isn't that awesome? Hmm? Did I not conjure a wholesome image in your mind by that comparison? Mm. Aren't you glad you're watching now? That you could hear this about yourself? Mm. Okay, let me see. Oh, it's working perfectly. Your sound card is working perfectly. Hold on, I have to check now. Resident Evil. Oh my gosh, thank you for the $20, fake Alec. Kyle Parker. They said, here is Mura. Thank you. Hello. If you're homeless, why not just buy a house? Joke, joke. Yorkshire pudding. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this. If you were Ben Shapiro, you would suggest that to move to a place that just has a house. Which would make perfect sense, wouldn't it? Perfect. Perfection. Wait, Destiny fan? What am I having here? Hassan praises Fantano's debate skills versus Destiny fan. There is a Destiny video that we need to watch together now. Hassan's new insane October 7 take makes Destiny snap.
This is intentional.
I'm reacting to two people that I'm not the super biggest fan of, so I'll let you decide who I'm not the bigger not fan of. Oh my gosh. Oh. Boo boo boo. As promised, I'm playing drakengard. How is everybody today? I'm so happy to have a Twitch audience today as well. It makes me the happiest person. Damn. What a slow-mo. Or it was just a slowdown in the game. That Destiny video yesterday, last stream, was horrible. Well, it was informative. You know? It was informative. I found it informative. Oh yeah, I have to take hormones. Doing pretty well, hope you are too. I'm doing okay. I hope. Crimson blood. Eternal revenge. Crabs.
Satisfied with mere conquest, they seek complete reconstruction.
All right.
Don't worry about me. Please, run away.
Please, no more. We cannot. That's not true. You carry the awful weight of the sea. We must find you a place to rest.
Allow him to bathe in her gratitude and love.
Allow him to baby.
Truly love Furia with my innermost soul.
The goddess will die.
No, that's not true. You lie.
Was that the Candace Owens stream? There was a Candace Owens stream, yeah. But that's not what we're looking at now. The Candace Owens stream was a bit strange. She was talking about how broken the black culture is now. And how it's all because of music. Rap and hip-hop or something.
This is intentional. There's a level of intentionality here. I don't think this could be a mistake.
Of these bodies without doing proper.
Yeah, why not cite the... Why would he... God, he's so stupid. Stupid! Did he just say they...
100% a case of projection as well.
The rapes were a projection from our proud days of Lehi and Irgun military dominance.
I mean, a lot of people have been saying for a long time that, that the accusation is the confession in a,
The accusation... No. What? This was not an evaluation of Israel's conduct. Very specifically... I can't. Okay, it is intentional. It is intentional, and these people are evil. I can't fact check every single claim. Like every single thing said
mad.
is like a lie. This is like unhinged.
Damn, what a cold intro. What did I stumble into? But we're in it together now, everybody. We are in it together like a family. Hold on. Did you even
What's your
hear me?
professional opinion on why lefties like Azan feel the need to literally engage in apologia for what seems like the most obvious
Am I loud
case,
enough
like
for
October
this?
7th?
I am.
Remember, the narrative is Palestinians are fighting back because of unfair and unjust oppression by the oppressors. So as part of that narrative, there's two parts that are really important. One
What is the
is all bad things that the lower party, the oppressed party does is because of the oppression, okay? That's number one.
Why do they do
And number
that?
two is that it's kind of in line with number one. Number two is that
What is
oppressed
that?
people are always good people, but if there is any badness about them, that's only attributable to the oppression. They don't say to, but it seems to be the case. So when October 7th happens, do people get killed? Sure. Hostages taken? I mean, yeah, they're oppressed. Like, you can go down the line, all these things. Rape as like the tool of the oppressed, that's a hard one. I don't think you can accept rape. There's too much cognitive dissonance. So you either have to rewrite the narrative on like, okay, well, maybe there's something a little bit more to this than oppressor, oppressee. That's impossible. So remember, the way that you resolve cognitive dissonance, if you can't change your understanding, you have to change the facts. So the understanding can't change. For most people, unfortunately, that's the case. So then it becomes a fact of cherry picking. Okay, well, the didn't happen. Boom. And then it's easy. And then the not happening also conveniently fits other narratives of like, well,
man.
obviously the rapes didn't happen because the rapes didn't happen because the IDF lies. Israel lied. They all lied. They're liars, obviously. I will say, I don't know what the point is of third-party investigatory bodies. I don't know what the point is of like the UN and the whatever, because it seems like all they are is a mouthpiece for whoever they interview. Now, let me caution, I didn't actually read the UN review of October 7th.
What do you mean the British
But it looks like it's
disappeared?
essentially them I'm going to say parroting, but that sounds mean. But like it's basically them parroting whatever the medical investigators and the IDF people already told them. But then on the flip side, whenever the Amnesty International, the UN does investigations in Palestine, it's just them parroting whatever Hamas tells them or the Palestinian Health Authority. I don't know what the point is of these third-party bodies that come in, and all they do is they interview the people already there who give the same answers that they gave to their official reporting bodies themselves. It's like, well, what the is the point of any of this? Like, why? I don't know. That being said, let me hedge that. I haven't read the report thing, so. The rape clearly happened. The question is, do you think there is evidence of systemic rape or planned rape by Hamas? I'm trying to think I don't know if in general, if I associate like Islamic extremism with mass rapes. I'm trying to, because I feel like I don't remember ISIS doing that. They could have, and I just don't remember.
I see.
Here we go. Let's see what they have to say about the UN's report.
Some of the social media likes of Anat Schwartz, one of the people who's bylined on the piece that no one had ever heard of. And it turned out that she had liked a number of tweets that really were, not just dehumanizing Palestinians, but in fact she liked one tweet that called for turning Gaza into a slaughterhouse and dispensing with any rules of engagement and razing it to the ground. And that tweet, in fact, was cited in South Africa's case at the International Court of Justice as genocidal incitement speech. So and then there were a number of other ones. She also liked the tweet that promoted the lie that there were 40 babies beheaded on October 7th. And
on the tweet that she liked, I didn't see anything relating to 40 beheaded babies. He's drawing from the squirrel here. She also liked posts repeating the 40 beheaded babies hoax. This is unbelievable. But the tweet that she liked says 40 babies murdered. Unless the video itself says 40 beheaded babies. Does the video say it? The tweet that she liked in the video, they mentioned the beheaded baby. Oh, okay, maybe in the video they did then. But I can't see the... Is this in English?
It's hard to
but
even explain exactly.
You're on my
just
page.
the
You won't see
mass casualties that
you're on my
happened
page.
right
You won't
here.
see
In
the
fact,
crime
the
on my page.
Israeli military says they still don't have a clear number, but I'm talking to some of the soldiers, and they say what they've
Unless
witnessed
you were on Twitch
as they've been
and
walking
didn't see
through
it.
these different houses, these different communities. Babies, their heads cut off. That's what they said. Gunned down, families completely gunned down in their beds. You can see some of these soldiers right now comforting each other. Many of them reserves who jumped into action, leaving their own families behind as well, not knowing the sheer horror that they were about to come to. They say they've never experienced anything like this. This is nothing that anyone could have even imagined when you're walking through here. Baby cribs thrown to the side, doors thrown wide open. Still.
Okay, this is a little bit better then.
Low quality sound though.
But this was also news that was on October 10th. Like, was it really that unbelievable? Like, how many of these retards still to this day believe that the Al Aliyah or whatever hospital was literally being missile struck by an Israeli JDAM? It didn't say 40 though.
Lord.
Wait, did it? Hold on. Let me check.
It's hard
Wait, hold on. Let me listen to this whole thing.
to even explain exactly just the mass casualties that happened right here. In fact, the Israeli military says they still don't have a clear number, but I'm talking to some of the soldiers, and they say what they've witnessed as they've been walking through these different houses, these different communities. Babies, their heads cut off. That's what they said. Gunned down, families completely gunned down in their beds. You can see some of these soldiers right now comforting each other. Many of them reserves who jumped into action, leaving their own families behind as well, not knowing the sheer horror that they were about to come to. They say they've never experienced anything like this. This is nothing that anyone could have even imagined when you're walking through here. Baby cribs thrown to the side, doors thrown wide open. Still some Israeli bodies still here because the fighting in this community just ended just recently. So many of these troops are still going house to house, door to door. It's taking them sometimes 30 minutes, 40 minutes because many of these houses are also still have grenades in them, booby traps. In fact, as we're trying to get closer to some of these scenes, we're being told, no, get back from some of these Israeli military because there are still grenades in the area. I want us to keep walking through, continue to kind of see the destruction that's happening on the ground here. Even something as simple as a soccer net just left to the side here as people were with their families playing. I see in the distance more bodies being covered. All the while as they're covering these Israeli bodies trying to evacuate everyone else from the territory, taking all the casualties out of here. It's also littered with the bodies of terrorists. So we're hearing from one of the lead commanders here. There was anywhere from maybe 70 armed terrorists who made their way here from the Gaza border fence, which is less than a quarter of a mile away. And as I said, the atrocities that they committed, violence with guns, with grenades, with knives, targeting these innocent civilians inside their homes. So the soldiers here, it's a very, very difficult scene for them as well. As I said, leaving their families behind, but they say they will continue to be here, continue to kill every terrorist who is in the area. You can hear we're very, very close to the Gaza Strip, so we continue to hear artillery firing overhead as well. Even as we were giving this tour, we were told to get on the ground and take cover because you're so close to the strip right now, you don't even get the red alert. You actually hear the boom before you're even able to get to the ground. So this is the reality, and this is what all of these soldiers, you can see, none of them expecting this, but all of them being here, ready for the fight, nonetheless, and proud to fight for their country is what I'm hearing as well. And so that's why they want to show the press, they want to show these very, very difficult images, David, but they want everyone out.
Is there any evidence for any beheaded babies? There might have been for one. Let me double check real quick. Although I don't know if it would have shown up in the... Or wait, it would be decapitated? says decapitation. I don't know if they mentioned decapitation of babies in this, though. I don't think they mentioned the age for anything here. The idea that she's like trying to specifically spread like the 40 beheaded babies hoax, though, when she's literally like just retweeting like on the ground live reporting of the day. That's like, this is an unhinged take, bro. There's nothing like unhinged. I mean, like, should she,
you are.
I don't even know if I would describe a level of responsibility. It's like, well, make sure when you're retweeting like news coming out, like,
oh my god, I hate these clickbaity, whatever things. Clickbait. This is clickbait, Steven.
The days after,
you're clickbaiting
like
me.
The on the ground report.
Stop
like, there's no
clickbaiting
way
me.
that she could verify any of this. There's like the entire world was finding out in the days that followed, like what the was actually happening. Nobody actually had an idea.
I had an idea.
Another one that said that Hamas is Daesh, is ISIS, and so this is one of the people that then is bylined on this New York Times piece. So we also we saw those social media posts, and at the same time.
And notice how ass mad they got when there was an editor's note that was attached to that disgusting fucking poet who was talking about how what he made the joke about, like, were the babies in the oven being cooked with baking powder, and he was making.
I was ass mad.
Oh god, fuck! I'm trying to remember the most disgusting shit. There was so much unhinged shit this guy was fucking tweeting after October 7th, and they were so mad when people brought up that, like, hey, maybe it's not fair to say that this guy was some like pro-Israeli Palestinian who's trying to bridge the gap between Israeli and Palestinian poetry, when it was pretty clear this guy fucking hates Israelis, at least, if not Jews, right? Like, they were ultra ass mad when people tried to make sure they're like, hey, here's that reputation, and now they're trying to impugn some Jews' reputation based on tweets she was making on October 7th through 10th of just like reporting on the ground. That's unhinged.
True.
Time we were working with people inside Israel to dig around what had been what might be knowable about how this New York Times piece started, and we came across a podcast interview in Hebrew that Anat Schwartz had given in early January, so just a few days after the piece came out, with Channel 12, one of the biggest corporate TV networks in Israel. But it's a podcast, and it wasn't like a huge thing, so we quickly got that thing translated, and we made sure to get it reviewed.
Hold on. But aren't you the one who cautions to just wait for more information to come out?
Never.
That we shouldn't trust 30-second video clips? Not saying your take is wrong, but doesn't it cut both ways? New orgs need to wait before reporting stuff. Yes, that is my take, you retarded subhuman knuckle-dragging dipshit. Wow. Have you ever breathed through your nose in your entire life? That's the standard that I would set for like a journalist or hopefully somebody in my position. But for like a random, like, this woman is like a like independently contracted person that helped with the story. I don't even know what her overall background journalistic
today, by the way,
thing is.
Damn.
But this isn't her reporting, bro. She's not writing articles reporting this. This is probably her engaging in Twitter as a civilian, like seeing shit coming out and then retweeting it. I'm not gonna hold I'm sure if we went through every single reporter's shit and was like saying, what did you report after or what did you retweet after a terrorist attack, and then hold that as like some on the same journalistic standard that I would to like news being reported. That's such an unbelievably retarded comparison. Like, well, hold on, would you put that in a news article? No, but I'm not. That's not the standard that I'm using to evaluate a person's social media days after a terrorist attack. That's unhinged.
True, you're unhinged.
Or if you want to say that, that's fine. But if you take that standard, you better have the same standard for every unhinged thing you ever see a Palestinian say. Like, you can't on one hand say, well, on October 10th they liked this tweet so they're a terrorist, and then in the next breath go, here's my 42-point essay for why the Houthi slogan of death to America, death to Israel, death to the Jews isn't actually that bad. I can't believe I just got triggered by such a retarded question. If you're lucky, I don't have your name in chat anymore.
The translation reviewed by 3 separate Hebrew speakers because we wanted to make sure it was accurate, because the contents of it were incendiary. So we ran it through 3 translation reviewed by Israel, but it's a podcast, and it wasn't like a huge thing.
He's angry,
so we quickly got that thing translated, and we made sure to get it reviewed, the translation reviewed by 3 separate Hebrew speakers because we wanted to make sure it was accurate, because the contents of it were incendiary. So we ran it through 3 separate Hebrew translations to make sure that we were going to use the most generous translation, because translation, you can choose how to make somebody sound. We don't want to make Anat Schwartz sound like a cave person. So I'm sharing with folks on the stream that we really went out of our way to try to make sure that everything we did was accurate, because what the contents of this was Anat Schwartz for basically an hour detailing every step of how they proceeded to quote unquote report this story. And she says on it that she did 150 interviews, and makes really clear that Jeffrey Gettleman, despite the fact that he was the top dog in charge, had essentially farmed out the reporting on an incredibly consequential investigation to Anat Schwartz, a filmmaker with no reporting experience whatsoever, and then the nephew of Anat Schwartz's life partner. They're not married, but his nephew, Adam Sella, who basically was kind of like a food blogger or a culture journalist, and no insult to him. We looked at him. I mean, he's a kid basically who wants to get into journalism. He started doing some.
It was an incendiary interview because she farmed out the reporting. Or because isn't it said here that Gettleman's job was essentially to be like the writer, that was his His goal was to do the writing. Her goal was to collect all of the information. Bro, these people
Brother. Oh, brother.
This is intentional. This is intentional. There's a level of intentionality here. I think. There's like an evilness at play. I don't think this could be a mistake. There's no way. Even from the quotes that they gave from that, the way they describe that podcast as incendiary, and the quotes that they give don't make it sound like that at all. It sounds like she went through the comprehensive process of like how they went about, writing the piece, like what the whole process was for her gathering information.
Freelance pieces. He actually wrote a couple pieces for Al Jazeera. He was starting to get into more, news reporting, not just food and culture that he had been doing earlier. And, our understanding is that from Ben Smith reported this, that Patrick Kingsley, the bureau chief of the New York Times in Jerusalem, had introduced Jeffrey Gettleman to Adam Sella, and that seems to be how Anat Schwartz ended up in this. I'm going into this detail; it'll matter later. But so you assemble this, not the A team, not the B team, not the C team, but the totally inexperienced team to run an investigation for the most important news organization on the planet into assertions that Hamas had weaponized systematic sexual assault and rape against Jewish women.
Can
so they embark on their.
Ask a question here, really quickly. Under other circumstances, under normal circumstances, if I'm being as charitable as possible to the paper of record, would they not have been able to tap into actual Israeli journalists who do a phenomenal job in investigative reporting? Because you have, I think it's +972.
Stop. When he says tap into actual Israeli journalists, what he means is exclusively the most extreme writers that they can find that work with Haaretz, or people that work with B'Tselem, or Palestinian journalists. That's what he means when he says that. Don't ever be confused there. He's not talking about people that write for Tablet. He's not talking about people that even probably do Times of Israel or whatever the else. He's exclusively talking about the most unhinged pro-Palestinian writers that exist in that country. 100%.
How do you know?
Mag, you have reporters at Haaretz, you have reporters at Ynet who are not even ideologically aligned with anti-Zionism even at all, and yet have done pretty solid work on even exposing Zakah, for example. Both Ynet and Haaretz have written articles, numerous articles at this point, basically talking about the exaggerated claims from Zakah members and how they lacked any kind of forensic criminology, forensic pathology experience, where they basically discarded some of these bodies without doing proper...
Yeah, why not cite the... Why would he... God, he's so stupid.
Stupid.
Did he just say they discarded the bodies? Was that the word that he used? I'm sorry, we gotta go through... That couldn't... I misheard. I'm going too fast. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Forensic criminology, forensic pathology experience, where they basically discarded some of these bodies without doing proper investigative work that was an absolute necessity.
Don't rush it, Steven.
There are other journalists out there, right?
That isn't the claim. You actual fucking buffoon. I don't think he's read a single fucking thing, really, on the entirety of Israel-Palestine. I'm sorry.
Buffoon.
With the exception of tweets, okay? And I'm sure if we scroll up here, you can see where he researches from, okay? You know where the information comes from, okay? Sorry, little bro. You want to shit on me for reading Wikipedia all day? This doesn't count as research, okay? Holy shit. My God. The issues with Zakah, and the reason why they don't collect forensic evidence, is because it's a religious group that shows up to help bury bodies and collect body parts in accordance with religious customs. Not because they're discarding the body. Discard, and the English connotations with that. I understand that for this guy, English is like his third language, with I guess Turkish being his second, and absolute Down syndrome retard being language number one. Okay, the point of Zakah is not to collect forensic evidence, and it's not to investigate sites, right? That's the whole issue with them showing up and doing it. It's not because they were discarding bodies. The connotation for
third language. I don't get why you go so hard with the insults. It's so childish to me, like so vitriolic. It's actually a lack of Palestinian representation in news and journalism about Palestine, a major news network. Damn. Isn't English actually just a second language to Hassan Piker? I don't think it's a third. What is... I'm seriously asking. What is Hassan's second language if English is supposed to be the third? It's okay. Destiny was just being mean. Destiny was just being mean. Ouch. I bet Destiny never finished drakengard. Which makes everything that he says
that incredibly negative and disrespectful. It's because they were being respectful to bodies. That was the issue. It was the respect part. They should have been disrespectful. They should have taken the bodies to a forensic investigator and taken pictures of naked people instead of trying to be respectful. That's the issue.
They could have basically utilized as freelancers that would have loved to get a New York Times byline. I'm certain.
There's two ways. Yeah, I mean, as somebody who's done a lot of international reporting and reporting on
I did international
really
reporting.
sensitive issues. I mean, back in Afghanistan, I did an investigation into a U.S. military special operations raid where 2 pregnant women were killed along with other people in a raid by the Joint Special Operations Command, where the U.S. soldiers dug the bullets out of the bodies of the pregnant women to try to cover up that it was American munitions. And of course, I don't speak any of the languages indigenous.
I just don't believe anything. Now, if I hear that story in the video, I'm just going to assume this never happened. I'm going to assume American soldiers never killed a single Afghanistan just by hearing him say it. This is how little I trust these people, or how much I trust them to get it intentionally wrong. Jesus. Sorry.
True.
That story might be true. I truly don't know. I have no basis to analyze or evaluate.
To Afghanistan, so I also had to work with local people. But there's 2 ways you can approach this as a journalist, and the Times chose neither of them. One is you can work with experienced local journalists, and you're working with them, and you're a team. Or you can work with people that are less experienced, or people that are sort of called, sometimes called fixers. There are people that help facilitate the gathering of news and information. And if you're going down that path where you're not working with another experienced journalist, the correspondent who is experienced has to oversee the whole thing. They have to make sure that the standards are in place.
Well, I don't understand. If they would have relied on local journalists, you retards would all just be claiming that. I shouldn't call them retards. You guys would just be claiming that they only exclusively relied on IDF reporting and IDF biased journalists, and none of it was fair anyway. Like what? Like, why are you pretending like that would have made it any better? Why are you pretending like you would have believed that anywhere? Also, part of the big deal with this story was that it wasn't being widely reported on yet. That was part of the thing about this investigation. It didn't seem like many people had picked up on this thread yet.
They have to ensure the accuracy. They have to make sure that people are aware of the rules of journalism, and so it's not unheard of or even unethical to work with inexperienced people if there's a sufficient oversight of the process, and that happens all the time. So I wouldn't necessarily ding them on that, but the New York Times has endless resources. They could have brought in they couldn't have, like you're suggesting, they could have hired local stringers who were very experienced, connected, would have known how to do this, and already had a base familiarity with some of the problems of some of the narratives, and you're right to flag that. Or they could have brought in a reporter that was really experienced in investigating sexual violence crimes in war, and so.
How many of those reporters do they have?
1 million.
How many reporters are there that are incredibly experienced investigating sexual crimes in war? That seems like a pretty niche or pretty narrow field of expertise, would be my guess.
No.
Neither of those things happen. But what's kind of wild is they start this thing, and according to the podcast interview, Anat Schwartz says that she initially didn't want to do it, that she didn't want to look at images of it, and that's completely understandable. I think she was probably assuming she was going to be having to sit face to face with people who had been the actual victims of sexual violence or rape, or to talk to witnesses who were going to be describing really horrifying events. But eventually, she says the Times convinced her to do it, and she starts off by calling all of the hospitals in Israel. She said she calls 11 hospitals in Israel that each have what are called Room 4. Room 4 are specially designated facilities and hospitals for victims of sexual violence or rape, and is calling other rape crisis hotlines, etc. And is kind of astonished that all of them are saying they had no recorded cases of sexual assault from October 7th that came in.
Yeah,
and at one point, she says she describes her conversation with the manager of a sexual violence hotline, right. and it almost sounds like.
Lucy lives in Poland. Poland and Palestine both begin with P. Lucy supports Palestine. True. You should support Lucy by giving her a donation.
She's just kind of like not berating him, but just like exasperated and saying, "How is this possible? What are you talking about? What do you mean, no one?" And then she comes across this interview that was given to a person who gave an interview to a number of television networks in the U.S. and around the world, who was identified as a Israeli Special Forces paramedic known as G, and he did interviews with his background. And he described encountering a scene in a kibbutz where there were 2 teenage girls that he encountered that appeared to have been raped. He in fact said that they were raped. I don't know how he would have necessarily known that just by walking in, but he said that they were raped. The New York Times, when they reported he encountered that, and he did interviews with his back turned, and he described encountering a scene in a kibbutz where there were 2 teenage girls that he encountered that appeared to have been raped. He in fact said that they were raped. I don't know how he...
You don't know how... What was his interview again? Was he one of the guys... Can somebody link me the thing with the guy with his back turned? Is he... I just want to listen to a thing real quickly
supposed to be criticizing Hassan.
Enter a home of a family. And while we're looking for injured people, civilians, to rescue, as we are in combat there, by terrorists that are still holding houses on their own people living there as hostages. And I open with my team one of the rooms of that house, and I see 2 girls lying, one on a bed, one on the floor in their own bedroom. And the girl, 14, 15 years old teenager, she's lying on her bed, on the floor, on her stomach. Her pants are pulled down, and she is half naked. Her legs are spread out, wide open, and there are remains of sperm on her back. Someone executed her right after he brutally
encountering a scene in a kibbutz where there were two teenage girls that he encountered that appeared to have been. He in fact said that they were raped. I don't know how he would have necessarily known that just by walking in, but he said that they were raped. The New York.
Her pants are pulled down, and she is half naked. Her legs are spread out, wide open, and there are remains of sperm on her back. Someone
known as G, and he did interviews with his back turned, and he described encountering a scene in a kibbutz where there were two teenage girls that he encountered that appeared to have been. He in fact said that they were. I don't know how he would have necessarily known that. Just
wait, Destiny has ADHD as well. Does everybody have ADHD?
And she is half naked. Her legs are
anybody
spread
not
out,
have ADHD?
wide open, and there are remains of sperm on her back.
Did he just not? Which one is this? I know he's one of the authors of this. Jeremy Scahill. I think he was involved in 2 of these articles,
wasn't
wasn't
he? Is there a person that does not have ADHD?
He was. He was involved in this one.
In streaming.
I think he was one of the 3 authors. Yes, on this one. Lead on the byline too. Was he involved in the first one? No, he wasn't. That was just Bogus Law and Grimm. So he's involved in 2 there. I guess he just doesn't bother to listen or read. I don't know. Maybe I take my manifestos too seriously, I guess, when I try to source my shit. Also, I still don't think I have everything 100% right in my manifestos. I try really hard. But damn. I guess when you hate Jews, I guess you...
Imagine making manifestos and also taking them seriously while you're at it. Well, yeah, but I meant streamers. Do all streamers have ADHD? Without exception? Is that a thing?
I'm getting unhinged.
You are getting unhinged.
It might not be
That's
anti-Semitism,
true.
okay? It probably isn't, actually. It's probably hatred of the United States. It's loyalty to any enemy, to any U.S. interest, and it's some weird Marxist, like, oppressor-oppressee dynamic. It's not anti-Semitism. No matter how unhinged I get, I don't think it's anti-Semitism. Not yet, at least. It might be, but I don't think so.
You're pretty unhinged.
Walking in, but he said that they were. The New York Times, when they reported on it, did not say that they were. They just described the scene, the condition he found them in, which was one of them had her pants pulled down, and he said that she had semen on her back.
Wait, so he did watch it. Wait, then what do you mean? What?
And that the other one had her boxer shorts ripped. Remember, this happened very early in the morning. A lot of people were in their pajamas that day. And that she had bruising around her groin. And Schwartz becomes, according to her own words, sort of instant.
Wait, what was that? Wait, what was that comment supposed to mean about they had their pajamas on?
One of them had her pants pulled down, and he said that she had semen on her back, and that the other one had her boxer shorts ripped. Remember, this happened very early in the morning. A lot of people were in their pajamas that day, and that she had bruising around her groin. And Schwartz becomes, according to her own words, sort of instantly convinced that this is indicative of a pattern of sexual assault because there were 2 women, and they were in a room. It was almost an incomprehensible thing that she was saying on the podcast, how you would all of a sudden jump to that conclusion, but it's her words, not mine. And eventually she tracks this guy down, and she tries to validate the story and says she's calling around, but no one has seen anything. And in fact, in that whole course of that interview, she never she talks about how difficult it is to get a second source, but she never describes actually getting a second source. And when it appeared then in the New York Times, if you read it, it's journalists can read this stuff, and I think just even reasonably smart people can understand the trick that's going on. There's an attempt to present it as having a second source because they say neighbors said that the girls were found separated from their families. Now, our subsequent reporting has indicated that that's not true. They actually, according to the family, the girls died in the arms of their mother. And they were also dual citizens of Britain, so the story.
According to the family, that knew nothing and saw nothing and had no firsthand or like anything.
Well, Hassan has not said anything.
Like they saw nothing. Why would you source? Why do you think citing the family who has no nothing on the ground?
Story received quite a bit of coverage, but to just generally sum this up, what it appears is that the New York Times, generally speaking, relied on Zaka, the ultra-Orthodox rescue organization that Haaretz itself exposed as contaminating the crime scenes, putting out incendiary allegations of atrocities that it turned out had not taken place. I mean, the atrocities that took place that are documentable and known are bad enough. And Zaka was running around then talking about, Zaka and another organization, babies put in ovens, babies cut out of pregnant, fetuses cut out of pregnant women's bodies, 40 babies, beheaded.
I don't think Zaka did the 40 babies beheaded thing. There was one person in Zaka that I think had made those other 2 tweets that Zaka admitted were probably not true. They didn't have evidence for.
All these things. So
can I just say real quick? As far as the babies cut out of a baby cut out of a pregnant mother's stomach, that is an atrocity that had happened in the past in Sabra and Shatila, as far as I understand, which was in Lebanon, and it was
and it was facilitated by Israel. Israel was actually the one that did it. Did you guys know that in actuality, it's really crazy. You know, people scream Allah Akbar and then their shiny vests explode. That's actually IDF soldiers that do that. It's actually crazy that after Attack on Titan came out, you know how over Marley, they show you where they fly the ship and then they drop out people and they turn them into Titans? Israel does that, except they do it with Israeli children and they do it with suicide vests. They don't actually turn them into Titans, they just explode them. That's actually Israel that does that, in case you guys didn't know. And they do it on U.S. planes.
Operation of phalangists that moved into the Lebanese-Palestinian camps and had done untold amounts of atrocities. And as far as the a child being thrown into an oven or a baby to the Lebanese-Palestinian camps, Sabra and Shatila, as far as I understand, which was in Lebanon, and it was a IDF-backed operation of phalangists that moved into the Lebanese-Palestinian camps and had done untold amounts of atrocities. And as far as the a child being thrown into an oven or a baby being thrown into an oven, that also happened in 1948 in Deir Yassin, leading up to the Nakba, before the Nakba, but as a part of the planned Dalit acts of terror that were perpetrated by Irgun and Lihi, also known as Stern Gang, the terrorist militias that inevitably formed, that ultimately ended up forming the organization that we know as the IDF.
The Irgun and the Lehi were small organizations. I think the Lehi, at its peak, was 300 members. How many people were in the Lehi at the height of how many people were in this? Can somebody?
There's barely any Hassan here. This is so clickbaity.
Besides, it's fewer than 300 members. How many were in the Irgun?
How clickbaity can you be, Destiny? You disappoint me.
Why would you cite these are the two terrorist elements of the pre-Israel, the Yishuv, like terror? By the way, that were almost universally hated by people in the Yishuv as well. Okay, it's not like these guys had popular support. Why would you cite these two and not the Haganah that had like? Of the Irgun's members, almost all were part-time members. They were expected to maintain their civilian lives and jobs, dividing their time between their civilian lives and other activities. There were never more than 40 full-time members who were given a small expense stipend on which to live. Versus the Haganah, that was like tens of thousands of people. From 31 to 37, they had 8 to 10,000 participants. Paper strength of 75,000 and effective strength of 30,000. Why would you cite these two parts? Why would you cite the Irgun and the Lehi as being the things that would go on to become the IDF? What an unhinged take.
So that planned Dalit acts of terror in 1948 in Deir Yassin, leading up to the Nakba, before the
I like how it was like, what happened in 48? What happened in 47? I don't know. Well, there was the Deir Yassin massacre, and then that's what led to the Nakba. And then the terrorists became the IDF. What is that telling of history from 47 to 49? What is the cherry picking of facts there? What the fuck?
Nakba, but as a part of the planned Dalit acts of terror.
Oh, and the Nakba, of course, was part of Plan D, which was always to happen, that every single Arab would be expelled. And
that were perpetrated by Irgun and Lihi, also known as Stern Gang, the terrorist militias that inevitably formed, that ultimately ended up forming the organization that we know as the IDF. So it was 100% a case of projection as well. So that's another interesting framework to operate off of.
Projection. The rapes were a projection from our proud days of Lehi and Irgun military dominance.
I mean, a lot of people have been saying for a long time that that the accusation is the confession in
The accusation. Please let this end with IDF soldiers are actually the ones. People in Gaza. Please.
When it comes to a lot of Israeli actions. But overall, and I promise to let Ryan speak too, but just to close the loop on this, there were a couple of specific cases that were identified.
Are we going to get into any of the factual analysis of like the UN stuff or the New York Times stuff at all?
No.
Irgun wasn't 40 at a few thousand at its peak?
Boring.
Okay, the Irgun might have been bigger than the Lehi. I know the Lehi, I'm pretty sure, was like 300 or smaller. Because I remember talking specifically to Benny Morris about this. Because, let's see.
I got healed.
Begin was the leader of the Irgun at one point, and Lehi was, there was a member who would become...
Okay.
Fuck. Which future Israeli, it was either prime minister or defense minister, was part of the Lehi. I don't remember who it was. Shamir. Control F. It was. Okay, thank you.
By the New York Times in terms of like a description of an individual victim rather than people who claim to be witnesses saying, oh, I saw this rape occur or I saw these things happen or we saw genitalia that appeared to have been mutilated or or damaged or attacked in a in a violent manner. And one case was this case in the kibbutz with the 2 teenage girls, and the other was the story of Gal Abdush, known as the woman in the black dress.
And now they're going to talk about how her story is clearly fake because family members that didn't see anything, that weren't there, that are British, sorry,
whose own family members, some of them, have challenged the New York Times characterization and also said that they were approached under false pretenses to cooperate.
The lady that said that they were approached under false pretenses, by the way, was never or wasn't even interviewed by the Times for that article, by the way. But let's leave that fact out.
In the interview in the story, and Ryan knows more about that than I do. But
does he though? Does he know anything about this?
What we sent last night on the New York Times a quite lengthy letter laying out some of the problems, and we did this last week with the other story too. And I think that we've hit a point in this, and many people before us have reported on some of this stuff or pointed it out, but we've hit a point where it's overwhelmingly clear that retractions are in order, if not the entire piece, certainly.
And some retractions have occurred, right? As far as I know, oh wait,
no. What retractions?
There was one thing that is closer to retraction, I guess, is the daily piece that came out.
Well, that's different though than the print piece. The print piece has a correction on it. It's only to correct the age of one of the so-called witnesses identified in the piece, but they've issued no correction, no retraction to that actual marquee piece. The Daily Show, the Daily Podcast thing, that's in Ryan's lane, and that's a remarkable story.
So this trio of Adam, Anat, and Jeffrey also published a piece together on December 4th, which is key to this entire thing because December 4th is the day that Kirsten Gillibrand, Sheryl Sandberg, and the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations went to the UN and launched this PR campaign, basically attacking feminist organizations for not condemning Hamas for a systematic campaign.
The PR campaign. What do we call every, never mind.
The next day, Netanyahu came out and made that exact charge. Biden that evening made that charge. That trio at the New York Times that day published a story. The headline was something like, "What do we know about sexual violence on October 7th?" And you read the story, and it's basically we don't know anything. They'd been investigating it at that point for almost 2 months, and it was clear that they hadn't discovered anything yet. But and this goes to your point about the correction. They did report that the IDF had collected reams of forensic evidence that it was analyzing that would stand up all of the charges. That
you mean the internal police, right? I thought Israeli police.
Yeah. It basically just said Israel. Israeli authorities have collected enormous amounts of forensic evidence. And so when Kirsten Gillibrand and Sheryl Sandberg are coming after the feminist groups, they're able to look at the New York Times. The New York Times says
we're at 2:21. How long is this dog shit fucking conversation?
The government was attacking. So
a fracturing. Not.
Anyway, I'll ban this guy if he wants to.
Yeah, but they didn't.
I would say directly responsible for October 7th, handling American citizens. It just consistently escalates, and then that fascism comes back and ends up.
Kirsten Gillibrand and Sheryl Sandberg are coming after the feminist groups. They're able to look at the New York Times. The New York Times says there's just incredible amounts of forensic evidence that are going to be analyzed. December 8th or 9th, 4 or 5 days later, and people can go look at the story now. There's this correction appended at the bottom of it that says an earlier version of this story said that Israel had collected enormous amounts of forensic evidence. In fact, Israel has eyewitness evidence that will be rolling out in the future. In November, Anat Schwartz had written solo byline a story, said there were tens of thousands of witnesses. And so from the Israeli perspective, they were telling the world, we have all of this evidence.
Hold on. I feel like I remember that quote. When they said tens of thousands of witnesses, wasn't that of all violence and sexual violence? That wasn't just of sexual violence, wasn't it? Can somebody find that quote, the tens of thousands of witnesses?
I will find the quote, and I will send it to
Israel promised that extraordinary amounts of eyewitness testimony. Investigators gathered tens of thousands of testimonies of sexual violence committed by Hamas. According to the Israeli police. Okay, hold on. Can somebody find this quote? I thought I saw this quote initially. Okay, so the quote here is investigators have gathered tens of thousands, those are the parts in quotes, of testimonies of sexual violence committed by Hamas on October 7th.
I will find the evidence.
Including at the site of the news reports. Okay, so this quote is accurate. I haven't seen this one yet, though, because I haven't read this article. I wonder if that's listed anywhere else in here.
It's listed. I listed it for you.
It's an ongoing investigation. He added, said a team of investigators have gathered tens of thousands of testimonies from survivors and witnesses of the attack, as well as from soldiers.
That's right. Children are hateful creatures.
Oh shit. I wonder if whoever did the picture and the quotation on this, I wonder if the picture guy fucked this up.
If Hassan thinks, okay, that's already.
Investigators have gathered, so the picture quote here is, investigators have gathered, quote, tens of thousands, end quote, of testimonies of sexual violence committed by Hamas on October 7th, according to the Israeli police, including at the site of a music festival that was attacked. But when you go down to the article, the quote is,
just a cult of personality.
Quote, we are investigating sexual crimes against both women and men perpetrated by Hamas terrorists, end quote. Mr. Benyamin said in an interview with the New York Times, quote, there were violent rape incidents, the most extreme sexual abuses we have seen of both women and men. I am talking about dozens,
Mr.
end quote.
Benyamin.
And then, quote, this is an ongoing investigation. I cannot get into details, end quote. And then Mr. Benyamin said a team of investigators had gathered, quote, tens of thousands, end quote, of testimonies from survivors and witnesses of the attack, as well as from soldiers and emergency medical workers.
The accent is shifting.
I don't know if when he said this, if he meant, or even if where this quote comes from, is tens of thousands of testimonies about rape or sexual assault. I wonder if the picture guy here fucked up hard. But it's possible also that the police did say that the Israeli police did say that. That is possible, though. To be clear, maybe this isn't a fuck up, and maybe the IDF or not the IDF, maybe the police did reporting that. No mention of any of that, I'm sure, though, on any of this here. But
thousands of witnesses, and so from the Israeli perspective, they were telling the world, we have all of this evidence. By early December,
I died
they
again.
had really
This is a
convinced the world that this was
level.
true. That this campaign
Connor would not
really
approve
worked,
of
and
it.
it came at a crucial time regarding the war effort. Then they start to say, actually, we don't have all of this evidence. So people start pushing back on it by mid to late December, and then
So
in
do you
late
or
December
do you
is
not
when
have the
that
evidence?
trio comes forward with their screams without words piece to really just put the exclamation mark down and say, look, this is it, we've got it. Anybody else who's still asking for evidence is just a rape denialist at this point.
Oh my God.
So
actually, yeah, no. Actually, I'm so sorry. You're right.
You're not
that doesn't make any sense.
You're not
because
sorry.
how could this doesn't actually make sense at all.
True.
If he says there were violent rape incidents, okay, the most extreme sexual abuse we have seen of both women and men, I'm talking about dozens. How could you have tens of thousands of witnesses for dozens of rapes? That doesn't make sense at all. That's like that's incomprehensible. How do you have tens of thousands of witnesses or testimonies for dozens of rapes?
What?
Also, how many people were at these festivals? How many people at Nova Festival October 7th? There are not even tens of thousands of people here. Wait, what? Oh, but this could be... You know what I bet this is? When it says tens of thousands of testimonies from survivors and witnesses of the attack, including soldiers and emergency medical workers, this is probably for the entirety of the October 7th attack, like in all the areas. This is probably that. 100% that's what this is.
Okay.
What a weird and stupid...
Weird. True.
Framing by Ryan here.
Beyond the New York Times, something happened yesterday where the United Nations sent a team of 9 specialists alongside her name is Prima Patel, I believe, to go on a mission to investigate the sexual violence and sexual assault allegations that were made by the Israeli government. And I looked through it. I also relied on other journalists like Evan Hill looking through it as well, and their summarization of it. And the way that originally this report was presented in the media with the headlines, I fear was very different than what the report actually had suggested. There was an air that it was like presented as though this was an investigation, which it was not. The report itself clearly indicated that it was not an investigation whatsoever, and that an investigation actually should occur. That they were demanding that the Israeli authorities open.
I love how carefully we're caveating to the exact boundaries of what this thing could technically determine. I wonder what they said about the South Africa case, where it was like, oh my God, probably a huge... Let's check. Ryan, Grimm, genocide, Twitter, ICJ, South Africa.
Damn, Twitter. Everything is on Twitter. Twitter is like the official statements people know. I mean, Trump does official statements on Twitter. But it's just so silly that Twitter became the place where people make public official statements. That's so bizarre.
Breaking
news.
So he's retweeting this guy ostensibly in support of him. Here you go. Here. ICJ ruling. Oh, is this an article that he's written or somebody else? Oh, Jeremy, the other guy. ICJ ruling on Gaza genocide is a historic victory for the Palestinians that Israel vows to defy. Oh, we've already read this dog shit f***ing headline. Holy f***.
Headline? You haven't read the article, you just read the dog shit headline. Why not read the article?
The 17-judge panel at the International Court of Justice in The Hague issued a series of rulings on Friday about Israel's conduct during its war. No. What? This was not an evaluation of Israel's conduct. Very specifically... I can't. Okay. It is intentional. It is intentional, and these people are evil. These people are evil. Okay. I'm past that.
People.
Okay. This is not accidental.
Okay. I'm over it.
To be clear... Not only was the ICJ not looking at any war crimes, okay? Technically not even the war crime of genocide. What they're looking at is a contravention of Israel's obligations under the Genocide Convention, which is technically a separate thing than an ICC-defined, I believe it's under Article 7 maybe, war crime of genocide, okay?
Well, since he isn't professional, his sources probably won't be either, so Twitter is okay for him. I see. I understand. Twitter, the source.
Don't take my opinion on that. Hold on.
Damn.
Just to be clear, for the limitations of what the ICJ was asked to investigate, okay?
Please be clear.
I'll just read both of these quotes. All right. The court is not asked in the present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide are well founded. This is just going over the plausibility standard, essentially. Oh, fuck. I don't think I quoted this part. I just remember reading it. The ICJ and the South Africa case is not about investigating war crimes or conduct of the Israeli military. It's only investigating stuff relating to... if they're failing to meet their obligations under the Genocide Convention.
Okay.
I don't think I highlighted it here in my quotes. Fuck.
Archive your stuff.
Oh, no, wait.
I keep repeating it.
Never mind, I'm sorry. It is in this first
don't
quote.
Listen.
The court is not asked to... It was part of this. At this stage, the court may only examine whether the circumstances of this present case, as they have been presented...
Don't worry, I won't take your Destiny's opinion on it.
The court justify the ordering of provisional measures to protect rights under the Genocide Convention, which are at risk of being violated, before the decision on the merits is rendered. For this examination, the court need not address many well-known and controversial questions, such as those relating to the right of self-defense and the right of self-determination of peoples, or regarding territorial status. The court must remain conscious that the Genocide Convention is not designed to regulate armed conflicts as such, even if they are conducted with an excessive use of force and result in mass casualties. This determination had nothing to do with military conduct or conflict. It only has to do with Israel's and the Palestinians' rights under the Genocide Convention.
Yeah. It only has to do with whether or not Israel is doing genocide. Yes. It is not the job of the International Criminal Court to check anything else rather than a genocide claim. That's right. Yes. And the ruling was that there is a possibility of a genocide happening and that the evidence must be reviewed. Of course. But I'm pretty sure we all know... Hello, Connor. I'm pretty sure we all know at this point that... it is like... That is not the job of the ICC to regulate conflicts. That's not what the Genocide Convention was done for. Was made for. That's right. That's correct. Hello, Connor. As you can see, we're playing the game.
So when we say a series of rulings on Friday about Israel's conduct during its war against Gaza, that is not true. It was not a significant legal defeat either. They just said that the ICJ thought that South Africa had basically standing to do this case.
Yeah. Which is not nothing.
It found that there is a basis to proceed with the case against Israel for genocide and that South Africa had solid foundation. No, it said they had plausibility, which is not necessarily solid. Remember, the court is not asked in the present phase of the proceedings.
I mean, it is solid enough to move ahead with the case, no? It is solid enough to actually look into. I guess we can agree with that. Plausibility means that it's plausible, which means that the case will move forward. That's enough for me. Yes. I died 3 times. That is how that is exactly how drakengard is going. I died 3 times.
Proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide are well-founded. That wasn't the goal was plausibility, not whether there's a solid foundation. Bro, I don't care. I can't fact check every single fucking claim. Like every single thing said is like a lie or a gross exaggeration.
Conduct an investigation alongside the actor that it was like presented as though this was an investigation, which it was not. The report itself clearly indicated that it was not an investigation whatsoever, and that an investigation actually should occur. That they were demanding that the Israeli authorities open or conduct an investigation alongside the.
I mean, are by that logic, I mean, are any fact-finding missions investigations? Like, would we say the same thing about the Goldstone report, or would we say the same thing about any other UN fact-finding mission that just goes on the ground, interviews people, and then reports things as facts?
The Office of Human Rights from the UN, something that the Israeli government has obviously been reluctant to do, and as a matter of fact, considered the UN to be outwardly hostile to Israel and anti-Semitic.
I wonder why.
Even suggesting such an investigation occur. And yet, the report itself, from what I saw, was almost a rehashing, with one exception, but almost a complete reiteration of the New York Times Screams Without Words article. They went to the same exact sources. They actually openly state in the report itself that like a lot of those sources had also made erroneous claims, and yet they still went to those sources.
They went to the same exact sources? They literally say they what was it, like 33 different?
Okay, in this video, Destiny mentioned 2 courts, ICC and ICJ, International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. Actually, both were mentioned in this video. The International Criminal Court is the one that specifically deals with the crime of genocide, by the way.
In Israel, the mission team conducted a total of 33 meetings with Israeli national institutions, including relevant line ministries such as Foreign Affairs, Welfare and Social Affairs, Health and Justice, included the State Attorney General's Office, as well as the Israeli Defense Forces, the Israeli Security Agency, and the Israeli National Police in charge of the investigation into the 7th October attacks. They met with the President, the First Lady. The mission team conducted several visits to the Shura military base, the morgue to which the bodies of victims were transferred, as well as one visit to the Israeli blah, blah, blah. They reviewed over 5,000 photos, 50 hours of footage from the attacks, both provided by various state agencies, independent private sources, and through an independent online review of various open sources to identify potential instances and indications of conflict-related sexual violence. The mission team conducted interviews according to UN standards and methodology with a total of 34 interviewees, including with survivors and witnesses of the October 7th attacks, released hostages, first responders, health, and blah, blah, blah. The mission team also met with families and relatives of hostages still held in captivity. Where is the idea that like they only interviewed the same people from the New York Times news article?
There was some open source there was one open source investigator that looked through thousands of pieces of imagery and found that there was at least circumstantial evidence to imply potentially that sexual assault had occurred.
Come to the page,
which was
most sexual assault evidence is circumstantial, especially when the person that got raped is dead. You fucking buffoon! What do you think?
Buffoon.
Unless you got a video recording of the person getting raped, of course it's all going to be circumstantial.
And pieces of imagery. There was some open source there was one open source investigator that looked through thousands of pieces of imagery and found that there was at least circumstantial evidence to imply potentially that sexual assault had occurred, which was, again, this is, as far as I understand, almost identical to the New York Times reporting on the matter, that, like, no, there's no hard evidence, there's no, like, actual 2 eyewitnesses corroborating.
Why not actually talk about what that means?
Eyewitnesses
There is
are
no
not
hard evidence. There's not going to be any hard evidence for basically every murder rape.
Hold on.
You've usually...
Eyewitnesses are not considered hard evidence. Eyewitnesses are actually pretty unreliable as evidence. Just saying, 2 eyewitnesses can give two different testimonies. Lucy's playing the bad dragon game. Not true. I'm playing the best game.
We got 1 witness who's dead. And then you've got the accused who doesn't have to testify against himself.
I mean,
that's super...
There's a saying in Poland, to lie like a witness.
Standard. Any murder homicide or any rape murder is not going to have any direct evidence unless somebody recorded it.
Operating the information at all.
Are these the Muslim standards? Are we seeing Hassan's true cultural Muslimness shine through here? Jesus. Where, oh, you want to make a rape accusation? You need at least 2 men or 4 women to testify to it directly? What a ridiculous statement.
Identical to the New York Times reporting on the matter, that, like, no, there's no hard evidence, there's no, like, actual 2 eyewitnesses corroborating the information at all, or any kind
of... Like, at what point in human history have we ever bro.
Witnesses are like...
I need a second hot chocolate.
Considered like the
all 3 of these people are actually evil people. I don't think I could make it in this world. I need to do a Terraria playthrough. This is like unhinged.
I know.
Like every single thing about this reporting is... when have we ever... Could you imagine in any other circumstance, right? If a Palestinian woman got raped and I'm like, excuse me, do you have 2 eyewitnesses for that, bro? Do you have 2 eyewitnesses for that rape? Did they see the going in, dipshit? You don't have 2 eyewitnesses? A rape kit? Yeah, more like a came in her kit, okay? You don't know if she was raped, motherfucker. Where are your 2 eyewitnesses?
Kind of eyewitness testimony.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's all the official evidence they have since destroyed everything else for some reason.
Was basically coming from parties that had shown that they had lied on the events of October 7th.
Only a couple of those were called into account. Also, keep in mind, okay? Keep in mind, whatever circumstantial evidence that you have here, no good, doesn't count, who cares? Maybe just her panties burned off, okay? And she happened to die on her back with her legs open. It's a natural position maybe for a lot of women to be in, I guess. They're sluts, they're Jews maybe, right? Maybe that's where we're accepting, right?
Jesus.
But to refute the evidence, well, hearsay evidence from family members that were 20,000 miles away on the fucking shores of Antarctica, that's good as gold. Right? For the Abdouche girl or whatever. I know for a fact that she wasn't raped. How do you know? Because her British relatives in Cambridge put on an Instagram story saying they didn't think it happened?
True.
What?
What do you have against Cambridge? It's a nice place.
I mean, originally, with one exception, and that was that they said...
Remember, though, go ahead, sorry, finish.
Well, the one exception is that they said that there was different clarifications, or they basically laid out in the report that there were... there was a different classification for claims that they were making. Circumstantial implied that they did not have like hard evidence. It was not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Do you think you're primed by all the videos we saw? What the fuck am I primed about? If I'm not... You're banned. If I'm making an argument that's irrational or illogical, point it out. I've read so much on this. Actually, fuck, hold on. No, yeah, I'll just leave that. If you think I'm wrong about anything, state a fact, okay? Put a fact out. If you think I'm wrong about anything, put a fact out. I am primed. I'm primed because I just spent 8 hours reading...
You are wrong, and 2 + 2 = 4. There you go. I said you're wrong, and I put out a fact. What will you do now, Steven? I met your criteria of criticism. I said you were wrong, and I put out a fact. There you go.
Dog articles, digging through every single source of a source of a source, where almost all of the underlying information is misrepresented at best and just outright fucking incorrect at worst. Yeah, I am primed. I'm primed to think that these people are shoddy hack journalists that are ideologically partisan and biased in one direction, and now they're giving me the most unbelievable reason to not believe any part of this, which, by the way, the UN and their fact-finding shit, right? I don't necessarily believe the UN either. You just read the underlying material. If you disagree with the material, for instance, when I say the Goldstone report. I don't say fuck the Goldstone report because it's the UN or because I didn't like the report. I don't like the Goldstone report because I think there's a misapplication of international law. I think they try to apply a mens rea intentional element to some of the Israeli killings of family members without even interviewing anybody in the IDF, which makes it literally impossible. I think that the taking at face value word on the ground for Palestinians who have also reported that they get killed for being collaborators is suspect at best, right? These are the reasons why I don't trust that. I don't just say, oh, fuck the UN. I don't like the UN, so I don't trust them. No, we go through the report and we say these are the reasons why I either do or don't trust these particular things. By the way, not everything the UN says is right. Not everything they say is wrong. So you go and you do a reading of the underlying material to evaluate if you think it's right or wrong. If you think I'm triggered or just primed to hate something, then give me a fact.
To convict anyone.
I already gave you a fact.
But it was, it was still, in their opinion, support that there were.
I did it. I met your standard.
There was a different classification for claims that they were making. Circumstantial implied that they did not have like hard evidence.
That's not what circumstantial means. That's not what circumstantial means.
It was not beyond a reasonable doubt.
It's beyond a reasonable doubt is for a criminal conviction. That's a 99% standard. That's correct, Hassan. A UN fact-finding mission is not going to have beyond reasonable doubt for literally fucking anything.
To convict anyone, but
it's not meant to convict anybody. Remember, the causes, the standard that they listed was literally probable cause, which would be enough to issue a warrant for an arrest. They literally say that at the front of the document. But that's standard. It's just a fact-finding mission. It's not a court that's ruling on matters where it's heard evidence that where both sides have presented a case. He's just
all these people are so silly. Even if Israel didn't intentionally commit genocide, it would not make any material or meaningful moral difference. You cannot unintentionally commit genocide. It is literally impossible to unintentionally commit genocide. Intent is at the core of genocide. So you cannot actually unintentionally commit. You cannot trip and mistake, like you cannot trip and commit a genocide by mistake. Genocide is actually all about the intent. At least if you go by the UN definition of it.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you for the drakengard tax. Thank you. Maybe it'll allow me to beat the level. But no, you cannot unintentionally commit genocide. What? Is Israel saying that it's unintentionally committing genocide? That their goal is not the extermination, they just like killing? Well, then that they just committing mass murder then, not genocide. After all, there is such a thing as mass killing, done for the sake of liking the killing. In which case, it's mass murder, not genocide. After all, keep in mind that genocide is not just a synonym for the term mass murder.
Throwing out random legal words. This guy just watched Law & Order SVU and turned his stream on.
But it doesn't make it any better, because then they would be tried for a mass murder because they like killing.
Implied that they did not have like hard evidence. It was not beyond a reasonable doubt to convict anyone, but it was, it was still, in their opinion, severe enough to make these assertions, with one exception, which was where they had firsthand eyewitness or firsthand.
Is your main problem that the Intercept / Hassan are outright denying rapes occurred, or that they're just kind of asking questions about being just... No, my problem is that it's not good reporting. All of the underlying factual stuff that they've cited is bullshit. I don't care. It could be the fact, by the way, maybe no rape.
And that leads back to what I said. It does not make any material or meaningful moral difference. It actually does. It actually does. It does make a difference. Because when you have a group, it's like saying that there's not really a difference between a mass murder and a group that organizes a mass killing. There is a meaningful difference between wanting to eradicate a whole group or in part and just doing a killing spree. There is a difference between doing a killing spree and wanting to eliminate a group in whole or in part. Both morally and practically. Because people, for one, people that just like killing operate under a different morality than those who want to genocide a group. And it is an important distinction.
Did happen. At this point, I find that hard to believe, but that's possible. But if you want to prove that they didn't happen, it's going to take more.
Plus, the biggest difference between a mass killing and a genocide is that a mass killing will be done until the mass killers or the group that likes killing, feeling of liking killing will be satisfied. The appetite for killing is saturated, in which case the killing stops. But with genocide, you have the intent to destroy the group in whole or in part. So like it or not, you continue until the mission is done, the mission of destroying the group. That is a huge difference. With just killing because you like killing, you kill until you, oh, I do like killing, but I don't feel like killing anymore, so I guess I'll stop. And with genocide, you just continue until the job is done, the job of eliminating the group. So that is a huge difference that you cannot just ignore. What if they only get happy once the entire group is destroyed? Then they intend to destroy the entire group. No, there isn't. Should I throw spells around? There isn't a particular reason. Also keep in mind that in a scenario that you put, if there is no intent to destroy the group, and it just so happens that the person is satisfied once everybody is killed, then it just happens to be a mass killing with a bigger amount of victims. A genocide is not about the number of victims. Not necessarily what?
Than you pointing out a bunch of people with Stein in their last name, or pointing out that camera makes corrections to a website, therefore we can't trust, the head editor, or it's going to take more than referencing sites that are funded by pro-Palestinian fucking propaganda. Like, you have to give some actual good argumentation. Hassan is incapable of it, and these two are too evil to engage in it.
Testimony, they said, from hostages that were released that sexual violence and sexual assault had occurred on Israeli hostages in the hands of their captives or their captors, and this led them to also make the allegation or make the assertion that that more of that could be happening currently, both towards women and children. So that was the only new information I saw in that report that I had not seen thus far.
I mean, let's remember though the context of this. Why Pramila Patten was doing this versus actual investigators who would be in a position to gather evidence, interview witnesses, would approach this in a forensic criminal manner, is that when the UN was initially going to send a team to do such an investigation, the Israeli government said, no way, they can't come. They raised objections. They implied that there were anti-Semites on the panel and people with sympathies to Hamas. And then the Israeli government issued an edict.
I wonder why they would think that. In an era where UNRWA has people that were working during the October 7th attacks, in an era where massive tunnels and shit are being found near UNRWA fucking facilities, in an era where we've been told for a decade that Al-Shifa Hospital has never been used by terrorists, and the medical people in there say that it hasn't happened, and then you see CCTV footage of hostages literally being taken to the hospital, right? I wonder why they wouldn't trust anybody.
To medical personnel at all medical facilities in Israel that they were not to cooperate with the United Nations investigation. And so there was this big blow up between Israel and the office of the UN Secretary General, and it resulted in Israel basically getting its way. And so then they send this other team in that doesn't actually have a full investigative mandate in any meaningful way. And so you have to understand the political context in order to understand what came out of this body, that Israel manipulated the process so that this group of people would be the ones in charge rather than the initial team that was supposed to deploy to the ground.
And listen, if you want to take this point of view, then fine, but don't ever cite the UN for any shit that you fucking agree with. Don't be a fucking hack. All right? You either agree with it or you don't.
Hack.
Don't do this like, oh, well, they manipulated this panel and this group of people. Like, I know, blah, 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 blah.
And what's interesting in this report, I mean, there's many interesting things, is that they make clear very early on in the report that they weren't really able to do an independent investigation at all on the ground, and that they didn't have access to almost anything.
Because keep in mind that they're discrediting Schwartz completely because of 3 tweets that she liked on October fucking 10th, right? On a day where there conceivably still could have been Hamas terrorists raping women in kibbutzes still that hadn't been kicked out yet.
Wait,
she was liking these tweets, right? That's what they're...
Your chat gets delayed by 1 minute? Hold on. Should be 0. I don't know how to fix the delay. How many levels of reaction are we at? I think just reaction to our reaction, so just like 2 levels or something. We're having a very nice conversation today with a person about homelessness. That's gonna be the main thing of today.
Using to discredit her is 3 liked tweets, I believe.
Everything that was being fed to them was coming through Israeli state institutions. And
is every single thing that was being fed to them was coming through Israeli state institutions? They didn't do any interviews on their own? That was just a lie? So when they said that they conducted these interviews, that was a lie, or was it that did Israel prep these interviewees, or?
In fact, they don't really use the word evidence in there, except in cases when they're describing why they don't have
information.
They call it information.
Yeah.
That they have information to suggest. Now, all over the internet and the headline.
Challenges in the collection of evidence. These include limited survivor witness testimony, limited forensic evidence due to the large number of casualties, potentially valuable evidence. They don't talk about evidence in here. Over the collection of valuable forensic evidence, the absence of comprehensive forensic evidence. This was combated by evidence being spread among various agencies. Available circumstantial evidence may be indicative of some form of sexual violence. Okay, there's a quote about evidence. It is generally agreed that clear and convincing information or evidence rises above reasonable grounds to believe, yet falls below beyond reasonable doubt. This is talking about standard of proof. Though the material provided by national agencies appear to be authentic and unmanipulated, it could always be independently verified, or it could not always be independently verified by the mission team. Efforts were made to verify the most important piece of digital evidence gathered by the mission team. National authorities face numerous challenges to the collection of evidence. I guess you could be saying that they're saying they couldn't collect evidence. How many times did they use the word information in here? 81 times. Sensitive information shared with the UN. Aimed at gathering, analyzing, and verifying information on conflict-related sexual violence.
Genocide is not just one masculine.
Sets out information received regarding allegations. Open source information analyst. It's such a weird statement to make.
And everything. I mean, the way it's the way this has been interpreted by many news organizations and just online people would fail a basic book report in 4th grade.
What an ironic fucking statement, Mr. The UN's massive win for South Africa.
Damn.
Israel, massive condemnation of being
angry.
genocidal.
I mean, it fails a basic test of reading comprehension.
Sure, I agree. You have.
Most of, as you point out, most of what is contained in this 24-page report is it's like a list of all the Israeli government's allegations that it's made over the course of the months, all of which were sort of distilled into the New York Times piece by Gettleman, Schwartz, and Sella. There are a couple of cases, though, and I think this is interesting, where the UN said that it looked into it and it can find no basis or evidence yet to prove that any sexual violence occurred in places where it had been alleged.
Okay. Just curious. Let's see. Okay. There is an issue, by the way, of collecting evidence. Those issues have been clearly laid out in every New York Times article. Okay. Let's see if they mention any of this. Religious desire to bury corpses. General mayhem of the day. Zaka. Ineptitude. / misguided sense of
you also
respect
have ADHD.
to not collect evidence.
Okay, Connor, I have a question. Do you treat your ADHD with any sort of
Many
medication?
corpses charred beyond recognition.
Is ADHD medication easily available in the US?
Limited time for fact-finding mission. Let's see if any of these 5 reasons are ever brought up, or if they're just going to say they couldn't find evidence and then leave the implication to the viewer that there was none. Let's see if they brought up any of this. Oh, bonus meme. Booby-trapped corpses. Let's see if they mention any of these 6 things a single time. Okay.
Okay.
Into it, and it can find Schwartz and Sella. There are a couple of cases, though, and I think this is interesting, where the UN said that it looked into it and it can find no basis or evidence yet to prove that any sexual violence occurred in places where it had been alleged. That doesn't mean it didn't, but what the UN is saying is that they looked into it, even in the peripheral way we're talking about, and they've determined that there isn't sufficient grounds to say definitively that these things occurred.
None of this report was about saying definitively that anything occurred.
True.
That's not the standard of proof of any fact-finding mission ever by the UN. It's not an investigatory legal system body that does that. So that statement was nothing. You just said nothing. You just failed your 4th grade book report.
And they do mention the, they don't call it lack of credibility, but the erroneous statements that were made by certain individuals. But overall, what this is...
That's it. The only thing that they're going to reference from this report is 2 misleading statements by Zaka volunteer, right? Am I wrong? Were there more misleading things, or was it just there was the one Zaka volunteer that lied about the fetus in the pregnant woman, and then the potentially another rape, I think, too. This guy lied. Even Zaka said that he probably wasn't true. Is this going to be the only thing they mention? The only reason why it was difficult to collect facts is because of the liars, because of the Jewish liars?
True.
Is that the only thing
Jewish liars
we're going to mention here?
This was a great victory for Israel because they were able to launder the narrative and to put the stamp of the United Nations on it and then to weaponize that. I mean, I've been blasted all day long, Ryan and I, rape deniers. A prominent documentary filmmaker sent me a note. Are you going to apologize? It doesn't matter. Facts don't actually matter. The narrative matters. And that's the whole point of Hasbara, the Israeli propaganda doctrine. It's not about the facts. It's about convincing external audiences to buy your lies.
What is the lie in here? What part of this was not true or a lie? He's about to lean back and do the Finkel smug. Oh, I could see it. It's coming.
Matters, and that's the whole point of Hasbara, the Israeli propaganda doctrine. It's not about the facts. It's about convincing external audiences to buy your lies.
Buy your book.
And the irony is that the story that we did just recently is about kibbutz
Hassan
where
is just not saying anything.
For that kibbutz said that, hey, for the New York Times for uncovering what they did when it comes to sexual violence around the country. But in this kibbutz, their story is inaccurate. That was incorrect. And, they told us that on the record, and that's the story about the one that.
What was their evidence for that? When they said it was incorrect, what did he say exactly? Did he witness anything personally? Did he do an investigation himself? Did he connect you with an investigator? Or is he telling you that he was told this? Is this hearsay that's completely baseless? I like how he says, on the record. On the record, by the way. It was on the record. It wasn't on the record with anybody that actually saw what happened. God, how fucking cringe. Oh my God, it's like people role-playing as journalists. Holy shit.
Role-playing.
Fuck. Sorry.
But in this kibbutz, their story is inaccurate. That was incorrect. And, they told us that on the record, and that's the story about the one that Jeremy was talking about earlier.
Also, hold on. I'm sorry. When they say spokesperson, said the kibbutz spokesperson, what does that even fucking mean? Mikal, can somebody find out who this person even is?
Who? Mikal?
What does a spokesperson for a kibbutz even mean?
Michał. It's a Polish name. Mikal. Michał. Jesus, Mikal.
If anybody can find this, I'd be curious.
Mikal.
If somebody could show me. I'm just curious what the...
Does it go on until...
with the two girls who were killed.
Over.
And interestingly, the UN report says that two very high-profile incidents in kibbutz Berei were found to be unfounded. So they went further than just like we couldn't establish them. They pretty effectively just dismissed them as possible. One of them is this hoax about the pregnant woman with the fetus. And
is this the second time they've referenced these same stories? They really like these two. Is this the second time we're referencing these exact same two debunked things?
Fetus is beheaded and the mom's beheaded. Like that didn't happen. And then another one they describe as this hoax about the pregnant woman with the fetus, and the fetus is beheaded and the mom's beheaded. Like that didn't happen. And then another one they describe as a girl who had been thought to have been a victim of sexual assault, but it turns out a bomb squad had moved her body away from her family. And so then when another paramedic came across the scene, saw this girl separated from the family, and this became a very high-profile case. Now, they don't say which precise case this is. Like, it's a very thin document, and it would be nice if the UN would tell us which case they're talking about. New York Times, very interestingly, in their write-up of the report, mentioned that two high-profile incidents in Kibbutz Berei were deemed to be unfounded by the UN, but then they added, the Times wasn't referring to either of those. But it's completely unclear like how the Times can make that claim, and we don't know yet, and this requires more investigation. But they also said, the UN also said, we could not substantiate any sexual assault in Kibbutz Berei. And the New York Times, like we said, had three victims that they identified, that they elevated as victims of sexual violence to establish their claim of a pattern. And two of them were in Kibbutz Berei. And the UN report seems to align with what the kibbutz spokesperson told us.
Ryan, let me throw something else in there. I mean, Hassan, just to give you a sense of like...
You really need to get this right. I don't think I could talk. I don't know if I could talk to him. I think my conversation will be unhinged. And if he sees any of my stream tonight, he's not going to want to talk to me. He said he might have time tomorrow, but I don't know now if it's going to be an unhinged
actually, and it was not that unhinged.
I can't, dude. This is...
How meticulous we were when we were approaching this.
They talked, it wasn't
went and we put together an Excel spreadsheet where we cross-referenced data on every single minor 18 and under, and in fact, in some cases, we went up to the age of 20, just in the interest of fairness, because just to try to cast a wider net. And we looked at we created entries for each victim that day, and anything that we knew about the circumstances of their death, their age, their gender, and then we cross-referenced it with the Israeli government's official list of the dead on October 7th, with then the National Social Security Agency in Israel's list of the dead.
Hassan is literally just silent.
Or many of the kibbutzes that were attacked that day have their own memorial pages, and then we also cross-referenced it with the lists of Haaretz and other major Israeli news organizations, just to ensure that we didn't miss anything. And in looking at this case that Ryan is talking about, we can't really identify any other child that would remotely fit that description that the Times mentioned in this piece. So, it may sound like this stuff is in the weeds, and people would say, well, why are you focusing on just this? Look at all of these other horrifying atrocities that happen. Well, we're talking about the most important news organization on the planet. We're talking about the most consequential article that news organization published during the course of the Scorched Earth genocidal bombing campaign and attacks against Gaza. We're talking about a news organization that played a key role in getting the United States into the war in Iraq, that has had played a role in multiple U.S. wars. And this article came out, remember, right in the in the sort of aftermath of the exchange of captives between Hamas and the Israeli government. And it came out at a time when Israel was under pressure, even from some of its own allies, because of the massive civilian death toll, where you had leaders of France and Canada openly saying, "Stop killing babies." And so this story was like a shot of it was a boost in the arm for the Israeli war narrative, and that's why it matters.
Remember their narrative, okay? Remember their narrative, okay, is that Jews controlled the New York Times and that Jewish lobbyists and propagandists have basically manufactured rape stories so that American media, controlled by the Jews, by the way, okay, are putting out fake Jew stories in order to manufacture support for the Jewish war machine in Israel. That's the narrative that they're running with. Don't be confused. That is the narrative, okay? Jews in Israel have made up things for Jews in America to manipulate the Jewish media in order to manufacture support for the Israeli war effort. That's the story. That is the narrative that these three are fully subscribed to.
This paper has the ability to take lives. with its reporting and to influence policy. This isn't just about two individual people and whether or not this or that happened to them. It's about the New York Times. And this story that we're talking about came to the New York Times and other news outlets via the Israeli government. The Israeli government spokesperson, Elan Levy, set up these interviews with this
paramedic,
so-called paramedic. And in fact, this is, I'm sure there's, because you have an interesting audience, I'm sure there are people that have been following this, but just quickly, when he first was, the first interview this paramedic did that we can find is on a right-wing Indian television network, Republic, and his back is turned, and he's describing the scene. And the first thing he says, he talks about he was at his fiance's house, and then, all of this started going down on October 7th, and he describes how from Tel Aviv to the Gaza Strip is only 2 hours by car.
Did they bring up any of these things yet? About how
to bring in some self-deprecation to this. Hassan has more viewers leaving the chair empty than I have when I'm fully here and engaged. So I don't know. What does that mean about me?
Oh, it's difficult to gather evidence. No, they're not going to mention any of it, you think? We're just going to try to attack the...
Israel is a small country, and he says we then arrived at kibbutz Nahal Oz, not Be'eri, Nahal Oz. And he describes the scene, and he even goes as far as to say Nahal Oz means river of strength, river of courage. He's giving sort of color and detail about it. And then he tells the story of encountering these two girls, and he says that they had been raped. Well, the Israeli government spokesperson then puts this up on Twitter, except he changes it. It's no longer Nahal Oz. Now it's kibbutz Be'eri. And one possibility here is that they realized there's a problem with the narrative because they really couldn't fit the description of the victims.
Hold on. Can somebody find me the original video with the guy with the back turned? Did they really change this initially? Or, because now he's implying that the Israeli state media is warping the already fake story that they've manufactured.
I'm gonna go down VC anti-Semitic path of saying it's contrary narrative, bro, but one of the largest stories on the topic was largely made up. Let me grab the link to the article on it. Whatever someone equates Jewish and Zionist, they're anti-Jewish and deserve nothing but utter contempt in this case. I mean, I'm Jewish. Ryan Grimm is the one in the middle, right? The one that talked to Destiny. Between the hammer and the anvils. And this was made up? And this story was made up? Drakengard time, true. With Otro. You should stop being white. Will probably be much more worthwhile intellectually than watching Destiny ramble. Oh, but but the problem is that this I would have to actually read actively. And I cannot just read it while playing Drakengard. And Destiny I can just listen to while playing Drakengard. That is like a trade-off, you could say. A little bit of a trade-off, if you will. If you want me to read the article, then I have to not play Drakengard as I do it.
Sure, they realize, that lie isn't going to work, so we got to change the lie.
And one possibility here is that they realized there's a problem with the narrative because they really couldn't fit the description of the victims to Nahal Oz. There are two sisters that were 20 and 18 years old that are the closest you could, maybe think, but it seems clear that they either he misspoke, even though he gave this description of Nahal Oz. Right. Or they realized they had a problem with the narrative, and so they put it out, and he clips that part of it out, puts it online, and says it happened in kibbutz Be'eri. And by the time he's then on CNN and interviewed elsewhere, kibbutz Be'eri becomes the story. And by the time Anat Schwartz comes across it and meets with this guy for the New York Times piece, it is firmly rooted in kibbutz Be'eri.
Okay. So one thing that I think we all agree on this as well, that we should mention here is the fact that sexual violence is a common occurrence in war and in situations like what happened on October 7th. And
he's gonna say Israel rapes a lot of Palestinians too. It's coming. I know it's coming.
True.
It's got to be coming. It's got to be coming. It's got to be coming. Or Israel rapes a lot of Palestinians in jail. It happens all over the place.
True.
That there is a likelihood that sexual violence did occur on October 7th. However, this conversation is not about the likelihood of sexual violence occurring, but rather the
systematic. Okay, it's about the systematic
investigation, or rather lack thereof, into sexual violence occurring, a proper investigation into sexual violence occurring, and a lack of forensic evidence and a lack of evidence in general. I just want to...
Oh, never mind. Okay, he's just saying nothing. Is he going to bring up any of these things about the forensic evidence stuff or any of this, or...
I died again.
That out so that people don't misunderstand or try to misconstrue
the
this.
camera is so bad. Why is it so zoomed in? I cannot see
people
anything.
should also understand that there were at least several hundred.
Is there a way to wait?
People who kind of poured.
Is there a way to change the camera? Why is the camera so horrible on this level? Why is it so zoomed in? Isn't there a way for me to do anything about the camera here? Zoom it out? I know, that's the thing. I told you, Hassan is just sitting and not saying anything. It's ridiculous. It's pretty silly.
Across the fence on October 7th. There are reports of basically like gangs coming over and taking advantage of the situation. Like you can imagine, you've never left Gaza your entire life, and now the fence is down.
Like I hate the camera here.
And so I don't think people should be dismissive of the idea that in the context of that mayhem and violence, that there could have been some sexual violence. In fact, it's interesting. If you look at the UN report that the media kind of spun up.
What is even the like, hold on, guys. It wasn't just Hamas that was raping people. It might have just been ordinary Palestinian citizens that came over and were fucking doing tons of rapes, okay? Like, what do we even... That sounds like a far-right Netanyahu talk. That sounds like some shit I would expect Ben Giver to say. You guys thought Hamas was raping Jewish women? No, just normal Palestinian citizens. What is this talking point supposed to bolster? Or that there was just so much mayhem, some Palestinians like tripped and all their dicks landed in some charred Jewish corpse? Like, what the f are we even trying to argue here?
Say, to semi-agree with this like Hamas weaponized rape as a weapon of war claim. You look at the way they actually phrased it. They said something like, in the context of the violence on October 7th, it is reasonable to believe that sexual violence may have occurred. And
like, if your if the first thought that goes through your head is, oh my God, the open wall, maybe I can go rape a Jewish woman. Maybe the wall needs to be there. Maybe that's the strongest argument for the wall separating Gaza from Israel. Jesus. Maybe that framing of it, I think is, that is sure, that's reasonable to believe. And the next question is what investigations have been done? What is the evidence that we have so far? And so you got to kind of separate those two things. And then the third thing being a deliberate Israeli-run PR campaign to persuade the world that there was a systematic weaponization of sexual violence on October 7th, and then they kind of make that presentation to the world, and then they just slowly back away. That anybody who asks them evidence to back up their claims is told that they're an anti-Semite and a rape denier.
I mean, part of the problem with this, and I appreciate you bringing this up, Hassan. I mean, and Ryan and I both have been very clear from the beginning and making the same point as you. And as someone who's covered multiple wars, I know very well how prevalent sexual violence is. I mean, women get targeted. Look at what happened also like in the Arab Spring uprising in Egypt.
I'm having a problem with the mages.
In protests in the United States, you have women being assaulted. The UN just did a report about the Israelis assaulting Palestinians in their prisons.
And there are first-hand accounts for that one, by the way. And
yes, finally, yes, we can talk about the Jew rape. Yes, we got there. I just blew my fucking load. Yes, we got there.
Jesus, Steven.
I've been edging to that one for so long.
Don't talk about your load. Damn.
There's a higher, Palestinians are going to be held to a much higher standard of evidence.
Kill.
Steven talking about his load.
In their prisons.
And there are first-hand accounts for that one, by the way, and evidence.
There's a higher, Palestinians are going to be held to a much higher standard of evidence than the Israeli government when they're making these kinds of allegations. But I also think that one of the factors we need to really recognize is that when a nation state organizes a propaganda campaign, and they make these kinds of allegations in the absence of concrete evidence, and they're doing it in an attempt to dehumanize an entire population to justify killing them. They are.
Maybe, what if it was accurate, though? Is it dehumanizing to just, like, say what happened?
Also simultaneously doing a disservice to any potential real victims of sexual violence.
Oh my God.
Because they are using this as a political cudgel. They're using it as a genocidal cudgel rather than treating it as a criminal investigation that needs to be pursued. One thing I've noticed, and I think actually Hassan, you and I talked about this last time we
Do you think they would talk about any of the reasons why it's difficult to do investigate? I love how we've got... you know, 2.5 journalists or 1.5 journalists. I don't even know what these guys all add up to. All these journalists here, and not a single one so far in 20, 30 minutes of this, even though it was brought up in the first New York Times article, even though it was brought up in the second New York Times article, even though it was brought up multiple times in the UN report, none of these guys, not a single one, have spoken about why it might be difficult to collect forensic evidence. Not one time.
We hung out here. If you look at the tone of the actual sex crimes investigators in Israel when they're interviewed, there is a much more sober, fact-oriented manner in which they talk about this. Because they're professional investigators of these types of crimes. They understand the complexity of it, the nuance of it. They understand the psychology, the horrors that set in with someone who has survived or witnessed a rape or a sexual assault. And the tone of those people who are professionals stands in stark contrast to the jingoistic propagandists of the Israeli regime. And I think it does a disservice to an actual inquiry into any of these kinds of acts that may have taken place that day. But the person whose words constitute the headline of the New York Times piece, Screams Without Words, Raz Cohen. Now, there's problems about his story, and we can get into that if you actually want to, but that's not the point I'm making right now. He says, he finally settled on a narrative for what he witnessed, where he says that the people that he witnessed committing a very brutal gang rape were not Nukba, not special forces of Hamas, but ordinary people. And he's a veteran of the Israeli Special Forces.
He said that in the very first story. He said they were dressed in civilian clothes. Why do they keep saying this guy changed his story? Raz Cohen, he said he saw 5 men wearing civilian clothes. Why do they keep saying he settled on a narrative? When did it ever change?
So he's saying that they very clearly were not Hamas, yet his
That's not true. You don't know if they're Hamas or not. You just know they weren't. They were wearing civilian clothes.
This is a pretty good
Hamas
weapon.
wears civilian clothes sometimes, motherfucker. Even Amnesty International has said as much. Even your beloved f***ing UN organizations have made these exact same f***ing claims.
Wait, if Destiny hates the UN and doesn't trust the reports, isn't that a non-starter since the Genocide Convention is also under the UN? If you don't trust the UN, you don't trust it, period. So, as you said it yourself, Steven, so why do you even trust the Genocide Convention, which is also under the UN? Oh, the controller disconnected. Why do you trust the UN Convention of Genocide? Special forces? What are you talking about? What special forces are you talking about? What do you mean?
All of this just comes from a 2009 Amnesty International report. I thought about loading up a ton of them for, but I figured, by the way, I didn't get a single one of these fucking quotes out, so. Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups also violated international humanitarian law in their conduct within Gaza. They launched rockets and located military equipment in Amnesty International, July 2009. Gaza broadcast, oh shit, I copied the wrong part. They also used empty homes and properties as combat positions during armed confrontations with Israeli forces, exposing the inhabitants of nearby houses to the danger of attacks or being caught in the crossfire. Let's see. The armed ring of Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups based in Gaza launched rockets and mortars on a daily basis into towns and villages in southern Israel.
Every Israeli spokesperson says Hamas. Yeah. I mean, that is Destiny's claim, yeah. That is Destiny's claim, that they could have been just dressed as civilians and still be part of Hamas, yes. Yeah.
Hamas and other armed groups also endangered Palestinian civilians by failing to take all feasible precautions for the conduct of their military activities, notably by firing rockets.
Keep in mind, Destiny always says that to establish genocide you need intent. But there are 50 definitions of genocide in academia. The one that the one that relies heavily on intent is the UN one. So if you distrust the UN, you would also distrust focusing mainly on intent when it comes to genocide. Just saying.
From residential areas and storing weapons, explosives, and ammunition in them. They also mixed in with the civilian population, although this would be difficult to avoid at the small and overcrowded Gaza Strip.
No, you're not yet.
I think there was a thing about them wearing civilian clothes. I'm trying to remember if that came from that 2009 report. The group openly acknowledged that their fighters and military facilities are present in towns and villages in Gaza, but argued that their role is to defend their communities against Israeli attacks and invasions. Fuck, I didn't include it in here. Might have been in a 2014 one as well, but...
Screams Without Words becomes the title of an article whose thesis is that Hamas did this. Hamas came in with a systematic plan. So even
what is this argument? That Hamas came in and did this, but it wasn't just Hamas, it was ordinary Palestinian citizens?
Their own witness in here is saying something that's contradicting the thesis, and his statement is used as the headline for the article.
I think Hamas is used as a blanket thing for like Palestinian aggression from the Gaza Strip. Like, I think that's just like the blanket word. I wish I would have been familiar with this before, because Rabbani, Muin tried to catch me on this when I was talking to Finkelstein and him. We was like, you said Hamas, but some of it could have been Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, they attacking people. Like, do you want me to say Palestinians? Does that sound better to you?
Cool.
Yeah.
Hassan, let me add one more thing that about how I've been thinking about this. Like, so on the one hand, it is incredibly remarkable that there isn't a single Israeli woman who has made a claim that she was sexually assaulted on October 7th. You have a lot of people who say...
I wonder if they're going to bring up... It's crazy that you would say that. Isn't it weird that people haven't come out and said anything? Isn't that kind of strange? Like, if all this stuff had been happening, why aren't more people coming out to be excoriated?
It's his own note.
I think that's the word, right? To censure scathingly.
I also like taking notes.
Why haven't more people come out and said something? Why aren't more people coming out? I don't understand why more people aren't coming out and reporting something. The lack of trust by survivors of the 7th of October attacks and families of hostages in national institutions and international organizations such as the United Nations, as well as the national and international media scrutiny of those who made their accounts public, hindered access to survivors of the attacks, including potential survivors/victims of sexual violence. While the mission team met with a number of released hostages, it noted their well-founded fears about the risk of revealing their stories, which may result in their identification and further harm to them, as well as to those still in captivity. The mission team further noted the fact that the identities of some of them have been publicly disclosed in both national and international media, often with their names and photos, which has contributed to some choosing to remain silent. Did they even read any of it? Like, why isn't that brought up at all?
A single about how I've been thinking about this. Like, so on the one hand, it is incredibly
Why am I
remarkable,
losing to these guys all of a sudden?
There isn't a single Israeli woman who has made a claim that she was sexually assaulted on October 7th. You have a lot of people who say, why don't you believe Israeli women? Well,
wait, also, hold on. Not a single woman has made the claim? That's not true. They just don't want to... I think the thing is they don't want to talk to media, right? Because the claim is that they're being... they're in therapy or traumatized or some shit, which may or not be true or whatever. But, the mission team was made aware of a small number of survivors who are undergoing specialized treatment and still experiencing an overwhelming level of trauma. It did not meet with any survivor/victim of sexual violence on October 7th, despite concerted efforts encouraging them to come forward. This is implying that there are some rape victims that are in therapy or some bullshit or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's not true. But to say that there are none, like...
Jesus. Zero Israeli women have come forward. So some people said, well, you're setting the bar too high. I'm not setting the bar too high. If an Israeli woman comes forward with a credible claim, that's all we're asking for when it comes to a credible complaint. Then people say, well, of course they're not still around. They have been killed, and maybe that's true. But what I add to that is
maybe that's true. Do you want to go over? How many times do they put in this report? There were over 100. The mission team was able to determine that at least 100 bodies had destructive burn damage, preventing any findings of what may have occurred to those individuals, including any assessment. I like it. It's like, maybe that's true. Maybe.
Jesus, Destiny.
They're not still around.
Oh my God.
They have been killed.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe that's true. But what I add to that is that's where Israeli claims of having reams of video evidence, photographic evidence, and forensic evidence come into play. They made that claim all throughout November, that they had collected that evidence from these victims.
Thank you.
The fact that they never have turned over that evidence and now are making these bizarre claims that they don't have the evidence because of Jewish burial traditions, and the kinds of excuses that should not have even gotten.
Wait, these are okay. So they kind of brought this up, but they used it to impute. Listen, if the IDF claimed they had forensic evidence, then f them, okay? They shouldn't have made that claim. That was a bad and stupid claim. If they made that claim, I don't know if I've ever seen that substantiated, other than that one New York Times photo that looked stupidly labeled, because I don't think that's what the underlying quote was saying. But if they said they had eyewitness testimony, they're not losing eyewitness testimony because of burials. This is a non sequitur. That doesn't even make sense.
Now are making these bizarre claims that they don't have the evidence because of Jewish burial traditions, and the kinds of excuses that should not have even gotten past an editor. No, go back to your source. That's not a serious excuse.
True. Go back to your editor.
And also, we reported 2 weeks ago that you have so much forensic evidence. What happened? Were you lying then, or are you lying now? So that's what I say to people who have a very reasonable follow-up when they say, well, of course no women have made that accusation because then they were killed on that day. How can they make an accusation? Well, then you have to go back to Israel making the claim publicly that they had the evidence that would prove it.
Yep,
now no longer saying that they
mountains
have
of forensic evidence and first-hand accounts and first-hand testimony that is not conflicting with one another.
Right.
Yeah. So the only thing that we do have actually a rigorous standard applied for is basically the claims that were made that were later falsified. That's the craziest part about the story.
Is that the only part of this?
Yes.
So none of the parts where the mission team felt like they'd found strong evidence of sexual assault, none of that is going to be talked about. It's just going to be those two instances. By the way, I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but this is why Israel says they don't like to cooperate with international investigations. This is why Israel doesn't want to cooperate or work with anybody else, because why the fuck would they waste their fucking time, right? Because of shit like this, which I don't necessarily think is a good idea from the Israeli point of view. Maybe they should have higher cooperation with people like this, but I mean, this is why.
I said, with one exception, where we don't have any evidence, at least public evidence, but claims made by Israeli captives, hostages. Because the UN report, like I said...
The mission team reviewed incidents of alleged sexual violence related to hostages in Gaza. Based on the first-hand accounts of released hostages, the mission team received clear and convincing information that sexual violence, including rape, sexualized torture, and cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment occurred against some women and children during their time in captivity, and has reasonable grounds to believe that this violence may be ongoing. This was for hostages. At least 10 distinct corpses displayed indications of bound wrists and or tied legs. A minimum of 20 corpses with partially or fully exposed intimate body parts, such as breasts and genitalia, resulting from the absence, displacement, or tearing of clothing. But
if you notice in that report, there's a huge difference in tone between what the UN reports about what they know about the hostage situation and what they know on October 7th. October 7th, they say, in a broad context of violence, it's reasonable to conclude that something happened. Like very, very low level confidence. When it comes to the hostage thing, they say there's clear and convincing information, I think is the phrase.
Yeah, because those people are still alive. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at the different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape and gang rape during the October 7th, 2023 attacks. Credible circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, or cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, were also gathered.
In a broad context of violence.
Mission complete. Let's make it a bit louder. Yes, after so many tries. What a cool chain. 56. 56 chain. Yes, it's drakengard. Alright. Yes. We're waiting for our guest. At last, Mana stands alone. Verdelet stops Caim from exacting his revenge. The killing of a child, no matter how evil, is a crime too great for any soul to bear. Instead, Verdelet steps forward to mercifully seal the evil within the child, but as he begins to chant his spell. La 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 la.
Please, I am the hierarch. This is my duty.
La 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 la. Is Caim gonna kill him?
You still try to live? Pathetic. Pathetic.
Damn.
She breaks the seal and becomes a giant. What monster is this child?
It's like in Nier Automata. I forgot the controls again. Again, I forgot the controls.
Violent, what the UN reports about what they know about the hostage situation and what they know on October 7th. October 7th, they say, in a broad context of violence, it's reasonable to conclude that something happened. Like very, very low level confidence. When it comes to the hostage thing, they say there's clear and convincing information, I think is the phrase.
Much higher, which they openly admit is a much higher standard that they applied in that situation. Like first-hand testimony is what they have
which
for
is
that.
What we're asking for, right?
Yeah. And there is one, I guess, out of, like, I've been looking through every single instance and all of the hostage testimony that has come out. And I remember that.
And what he means when he says that is he's seen people that he agrees with tweeting about it.
Even before the original, even before the big 7-day cessation of hostilities where there was a hostage swap that occurred, there was an older hostage that had given an impromptu interview to the media, which was heavily criticized internally in Israel. And the hospital person that allowed this to happen was actually, well, I don't know if they're still let go, but they were.
So now Hassan is going to run with the narrative that the IDF, that Israel or Shin Bet, whoever the fuck, or the Mossad, is prepping all of the released hostages. Every single bad thing the Palestinians have ever done is fake, and it's Mossad IDF propaganda. And they were mad that one hostage said the real story and truly reported what happened, and they didn't prep that interviewee enough.
They were sent out on an extended hiatus for heavily criticized, heavily scrutinized. But I remember in that original hostage testimony that was broadly publicized, there was one instance where one of the hostages that was...
They were like, bro, it was chill. We were just hanging out. They let us play. To be fair, it was only a PS3, not a PS4, but it was still chill. It was awesome.
Carried into Gaza, was reportedly hit with straws and was humiliated and also sexually assaulted in that regard, where people were like hitting her with... people were hitting her in the... I don't know how to talk about this in a delicate way, in her butt, basically. I remember something along those lines, which does meet the standard of sexual assault.
Oh, never mind. Okay. That's better than I thought.
Sexual violence and also ritualistic humiliation. Beyond that, I have not seen any public hostage testimonies that corroborate. So I don't know if the UN team is...
There's one, I think, today or yesterday in The Guardian, where they said that they had spoken to other hostages who had been abused by previous captors. And that's the kind of, like, firsthand, or I guess that's secondhand by now, but that person spoke firsthand to the victims. Like, that's the kind of credible testimony that you want, that the public wants, so that we can get this answer. I mean,
so that what, you can tear these people apart and try to point out the 52 million contradictions, and they're like...
I think also what we're gonna, if there's really a historical reckoning with all of these events and there is a proper tale of all that happened and facts actually matter, I think part of what we're going to see is that when Hamas launched what they called Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, they had certain objectives in mind. They had certain tactics in mind. They were working with at least 4 other armed factions from Gaza.
What was her
He's not going to say that like,
testimony?
this was a strictly military operation and they targeted military bases.
What was her
Please.
statement?
Oh, God, he's not going to. He's not going to say that.
Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And then, as Ryan indicated earlier, you had a variety of private actors, some of whom, or many of whom, may not have even been aware until it had already started that the prison fence had been broken, and there was an attack happening inside of Israel. And Hamas itself said, if you recall, during the first truce where there was the exchange of captives, that it wasn't able to locate every single hostage. Well, the reason for that is because Hamas wasn't holding every single hostage. Islamic Jihad had some, other political factions had some, but then private people also took them and then tried to sell them to Hamas or other organizations. And so. It's possible that at this point now, I think all of the hostages' lives are in grave danger because of the Israeli assault, the lack of food and supplies in Gaza. It's a horrifying situation for grave danger because of the Israeli assault, the lack of food and supplies in Gaza. It's a horrifying situation for everyone in Gaza, including the Israeli prisoners. But the point I'm getting at here is that you can have on the one hand a narrative from certain people who were held hostage that were released, where they're describing pretty humane treatment at the hands of their captors.
There it is.
In fact, in this piece in The Guardian that came out, I believe it was today, this released hostage is describing how her captors at one point put mattresses over them and put their own bodies on them to prevent them from getting hit by shrapnel from their own country's munitions that were being dropped on them. There have been many...
What? What? If that's the case, that they're protecting the hostages, they're not protecting them out of some goodwill for their fucking fellow man. They're probably protecting them because the hostages are valuable chips or tokens to exchange with Israel. What an unfathomable fucking statement. Holy shit.
Testimonials about being treated humanely, although it was difficult, and many hostages released said it was really terrifying when that the Israeli government was attacking. So
what's the most terrifying part about being a Hamas hostage? It's the IDF. I can't, bro. I want to. There's so much unhinged shit.
Unhinged shit.
I don't mean to babble on and on about this, but I think it's an important distinction if we care about facts. That there's not just Hamas. There are several different players here, and what I suspect is that if you were able to divide who was taken by whom, that you're going to hear different tales of how they were treated depending on who was holding them.
Yeah. One really
the problem with Destiny.
So to recap,
to be serious a little bit, is that Destiny himself is not really trying to approach this from any sort of objective stance. Destiny is not hiding his bias. He is heavily pro-Israel. Like there is no attempt at being objective here. Like when he heard that, when he heard that there were people that said that they were treated well, or even some, I don't know, defended against the shrapnel, I guess. His instinct wasn't to, I don't know, I'll look into it, or I'll investigate it, or I'll see if any of this is true. It was, if that's true, then it must have been for some reasons that are nefarious, not from the goodness of their heart, even though that wasn't even the claim. What they said is just that it happened. Like, if you really want to, I don't know, investigate or do any sort of journalism, you at least have to try to be unbiased, right? Even if you are privately biased towards one side, as a public person, you will try to be unbiased, until all the information is sort of out. Like when the Russian dam was blown. Well, not Russian. It was like when the Ukrainian dam was blown. The Kharkovka dam. I'm not feeling very well today. And the journalists that looked into it, even though a lot of them were biased towards Ukraine, and for good reasons, they still said that we don't have enough information to say who did it one way or the other. I'm looking for something like this, you know? Even if you are sort of privately biased towards one side, until you can say for sure, you say that you don't know. You don't start crafting theories that one side must have done it or one side must have been in the right, etc., etc. Even if you feel in your heart that one side must have done it, you don't just go with that, right?
Hostages taken. It wasn't always by Hamas, okay? Ordinary Palestinians are also...
I don't know. To me, it's just a lack of even remotely trying to be like... It is an attempt not to let your biases taint the story when the whole information is not available, if that makes sense.
Unhinged. Apparently, that's point one. Point two is if you're if you're a hostage, you will be taken great care of because they love you and they care for you and they'll do everything they can to keep you alive, even throwing their own bodies and mattresses over you to protect from, enemy attack. And when you are a hostage by Hamas, the scariest thing is always the Jew. Okay, it's the IDF is actually the scariest ones, by the way. But
part that stood out to me in the Guardian article that you guys are referencing is actually. The hostages that said that they had heard of accounts of sexual violence that some of the other captives were subjected to, they wanted to bring it up to the Hamas commanders, who they, in their own words, said would be very receptive to listening to what they had to say. So that, once again, reaffirms the exact same position. Now, you might not think that...
How much to sell Hassan to Hamas? What, can we facilitate this exchange? If it's such a great condition, if it's such a great way to live, like, go party there for a little bit. And not the Hamas in Qatar, okay? The Hamas that lives in Gaza. So I want to be clear there, okay? Not the ones that live in their $4 million mansions in fucking Doha, okay? The ones that are actually Gazans.
It is because these guys care about the humanity of the hostages. After all, they did violently kidnap these people, right?
They're commodity. They're a valuable commodity.
I love that. They violently kidnapped them.
Exactly. Even from the perspective of like being a rational actor. Every single person that was a part of the operations on October 7, which of course was very violent and had a massive civilian death toll, still had a rational interest in taking hostages, not simply in the words of Israel to like take them back to Gaza and like humiliate them and rape them or kill them, but instead to use them as leverage on the conditional release of Palestinian prisoners.
Very rational. One of the videos I watched yesterday, by the way.
The Israel army has now released
no one cares about you.
Several days ago.
Very rational, by the way.
And in this...
Very rational, by the way.
Hamas
Do you think anyone's in here?
The IDF claims have been
let's check.
Indiscriminately firing at bathrooms. This was during that music fest in which many were seen running helter-skelter for cover. And this video
what about this one? Hold on. Kill some civilians over there, maybe.
In fact, were killed.
Very rational.
What is happening? Some probably were, but many weren't likely. Like, I don't know. It just feels like it doesn't feel like trying to get to the bottom of the thing. It just tries to like arguing with the guys that he doesn't like. So for one, by the way, we don't even know if the very same people are the ones who keeps the hostages. Are the same who kidnapped them. We don't know, yeah. And also, as I've said before, Karasu joined the stream. If Destiny does not trust any UN reports because he doesn't trust the UN, then why does he even trust the UN Genocide Convention and insist that the intent is the most important thing when it comes to assessing if something is a genocide? That is a UN standard for assessing what is and what isn't a genocide. Other definitions that are not the UN Convention have different standards for assessing if something is a genocide or not. And you have 50 definitions. So if you don't trust the UN, then why go by the UN standard if you don't trust the UN? You know, if you don't trust the UN, then you just don't trust the UN, period, not selectively.
Oh, by the way, also, can I... Okay, words matter, okay? Hamas was not indiscriminately killing civilians on October 7th, okay? That is not true. Indiscriminate implies inability to choose targets. Indiscriminate usually implies a level of recklessness. It implies a lack of distinction. It implies poor proportionality. It might imply unable to be aiming certain munitions. That's what indiscriminate means, okay? Hamas was intentionally targeting and killing civilians. It was a discriminate attack, and that they were discriminating between military and civilians, and they were choosing to kill them anyways, okay? It's not indiscriminate in the sense that they were just killing whoever they blah, blah, blah. They were killing civilians very specifically. They were very specifically targeting and killing civilians, okay? Just, yeah. I don't even know if I like the word indiscriminate being used there. It was a high level of intentionality to kill civilians. It wasn't just reckless attacks and bombs, blah, blah, blah. It was killing civilians. You don't stumble upon a party of festival goers and are like, okay, guys, shit, there might be undercover troops here. Let's go. Like,
including high-profile Palestinian prisoners as well. So that I think is that I think is like something that's lost in the media narrative for some weird, unforeseeable reason. That like these guys are barbarians and they're not thinking in a rational manner at all. There's no calculation here. They're just purely responding to their primitive desires of like.
The Israel army has. In this video that you can see on your screen, Hamas militants, the IDF claims that
I think is the
indiscriminately firing at
lost in the media narrative for some weird, unforeseeable reason. That like these guys are barbarians and they're not thinking in a rational manner at all. There's no calculation here. They're just purely responding to their primitive desires of like raping Israeli women.
Because this is the narrative that occupying powers, colonial powers, oppressive forces use throughout history. You have to dehumanize not just the enemy in a military sense, but the population that enemy comes from. You have to dehumanize all of them in order to.
I think it would be good to say you don't trust something but still work with it bounds for the sake of specific argument, as long as you're not saying that something from it is universally true in a selective manner. But how do you work within the bounds of something that you do not trust?
To justify your actions. And the United States has laundered so many of Israel's dehumanization
and build
efforts,
your arguments
not just in this
on the thing that
5 months of attacks against Gaza, but all through history. And let's remember too, have people forgotten Abu Ghraib? Have people forgotten Guantanamo? The CIA black sites? I mean, the United States itself ran a secret kidnap program where it was snatching people off the streets of cities across the world, taking them to secret prisons, torturing them, including sexual torture of prisoners, and then shipping them off to a gulag where they tried to hold them with no respect for the Geneva Convention, etc.
What?
So, and then you have the reports, not just the sexual violence reports about
US
Palestinians being held in Israeli
think,
prisons, but just straight up also physical violence and psychological torture of Palestinian prisoners.
Thank God we can make this about the Jews killing people and raping people. Thank God. Yes.
Those stories that are actually documented at this point with facts and evidence, etc., are sort of faded into nowhere. And we talk about a lot of allegations, and the word Hamas is used to, with this broad brush. It might feel good for the narrative, but if you care about facts, then you're going to actually want to, and you're talking about crimes, then you need to identify specific perpetrators of these crimes.
And then that's true.
Yeah, the UN report actually made a point.
What does that mean? Like, let's go ask Hamas who did the rapes?
To say we did not even attempt to make any attribution of any of the violence, distinguishing between Hamas, Islamic Jihad, or gangs that just came across the border. Like they were very clear. Like what we're presenting here is not we're not claiming that this is Hamas. Obviously, Hamas the one that planned the operation, and none of it happens without Hamas. But they were very clear about that.
You know who you should have on the show, Hassan? I mean, since you got the Yemeni pirate, that kid that went viral all over the place. You and I were talking about that you were able to find him. There's a couple of great accounts online that have been looking at Israeli TikTok videos, but there's
I died. Give you an example. I don't trust the U.S. government, but I still use legal definitions when I'm arguing about, say, application of laws. So I highly recommend you just spam magic during this third phase. I mean, there's a difference between you saying you don't trust the U.S. government and you saying that everything that the U.S. government lies is lies and trash that needs to be thrown out. Like when Destiny reads the UN reports and say that they're useless, basically. If you say that anything that the US government produces is useless garbage, then obviously you will also have to include the law in it. So you will conclude that the law is useless garbage when produced by a government that you claim produces garbage. I mean, we can read about it, but the gulags were very specific things. Keep in mind, maybe I'm mistaken, but I'm not sure if we can call them US gulags. Because the US gulags were not just structures of prisons and forced labor camps. They were also, it was also the policy in the camps themselves. Basically, one of them was giving the people there barely enough resources to survive, barely enough food, etc. to survive the ordeal of being in the gulag. And second is just the mass executions that just happened in the gulags. Because there were death quotas in the gulags. And these things were not separate from the systems of the gulags themselves. Like, not trusting a group is different than saying, oh, they're just a bunch of, you don't trust anything that they produce. It's all lies. Well, they also produced the Genocide Convention. Oh, okay. I guess I can do that. Have I even gotten to the third phase?
There's one really interesting.
Oh, I really hate you, BM.
BM. You should have BM on. But I mean, there's a bunch of Palestinians that have been doing this too. But I really hate you I think that'd be an interesting interview for this show. But just so your audience
We're still waiting for our guest who is not here.
As there's all these Israeli soldiers. They seem to be obsessed with going through the underwear drawer of Palestinian women in Gaza and dressing up in their lingerie, and I
don't know what happens there. I don't know what is like the mentality there, but there's a lot of that. I feel like there's been less. I think that I remember reading a report from IDF Command saying that they need to like clamp down on the social media activity of the soldiers on the ground, considering that it was becoming more and more of a problem. You also had, on the other hand, the IDF's very own Telegram channel that was engaging in atrocity propaganda for a not insignificant number of people. It was a version of a much more popular Telegram that's like owned and operated by other Israeli people and not directly linked to the government. But what was it called? 72 Virgins, I think.
Yeah.
So I think that the IDF at least originally saw a lot of value in the horror that they were committing, the horrible acts of inhumane violence they were committing in the Gaza Strip, from the perspective of like galvanizing the Israeli public, so much so that they basically made their own Telegram channel after seeing the success of the other one. But now it does seem like there are less and less Israeli occupying force members in gear openly showcasing their endless, untold cruelty.
It's less violent in the sense that, like, for a long time you were seeing a lot of like buildings blown up and violence against other human beings, and maybe the order came down that's like, look, you gotta cool it, and so cooling it means, well, I'm just putting on some lingerie. I'm not hurting anybody here.
Yeah.
You get the picture of the kid and the guy laying in a baby crib. Like he's not like blowing the house up. So maybe that's
or
like
riding children's bicycles.
Right.
Riding children's tricycles. Yeah, like things like that.
It's mocking Palestinians rather than actual like video of either destroying their homes or like killing them.
You know though that one of the characters in the New York Times piece is a guy named Shoam Gueta, and he was with that guy Raz Cohen at the Nova Festival, and in the New York Times piece, he's describing himself as having witnessed these events on the Anat Schwartz.
But then another thing he said, I couldn't watch. It was so hard. So what is it?
Podcast that we translated and transcribed. She says that Raz Cohen witnessed this, but that everyone else who was with him was looking in a different direction. But then in the piece, he's presented as a corroborating witness to Raz Cohen.
Yeah.
But that guy, Shoam Gueta, then deployed with the IDF to Gaza. And you can go and look up.
The camera is so bad
in
his
TikTok
game.
account. And he's a fashion designer in Israel. And he posted all these videos on. If you go in our story on the if you search his name, I mentioned this, but he's rummaging through Palestinian houses in Gaza.
How do you spell his first name? I remember.
Shoam.
Some of his good ones on Instagram.
Wait, say it again.
Shoam.
Oh, Shoam.
Yeah. If you look at him if you look him up and you pull up his TikTok, this is one of the guys who is one of the witnesses in the New York Times piece, Screams Without Words. And then he, so like go to the bottom of that paragraph, there, and then you should be able to click on the link because I mentioned that he's been rummaging through Palestinian homes.
He might have deleted his TikToks of doing that. Oh wait, never mind. There is some here still.
Let's see. Scroll down and see if there's any of them there.
Oh, he's peeing. He's peeing.
Yeah. Then he's like dressed up in people's clothes, and he's in their thing, and he's dressed up as in a kid's Batman costume at one point, and he also created like a T-shirt for his fashion line that says Nova 10-7, and then it has his face on the T-shirt, and it's really, I don't know, it's really disturbing. But yeah, he's even posting this stuff too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's down this rabbit hole. He's.
But I know the author is going to publish back book soon. I don't remember what about, though.
Let's remember too. We're talking about children that are starving to death right now. The imagery out of Gaza is horrifying, and you have the catastrophe of pregnant women. Of the attacks against the civilian infrastructure. I mean, this is just an unconscionable, sustained crime. And these guys are playing with kids' toys, kids that are probably buried under rubble, and they're playing with their toys, and they're taking their bikes, and they're putting on their costumes, and they're playing with women's lingerie. I mean, this is a deeply, deeply sick series of events that we're witnessing. And
it's funny. There's been more condemnation for this retard on a skateboard than I think I heard for the entirety of Hamas and Palestinians for the entirety of the UN fucking rape report. I think I've heard more harsh things because of IDF soldiers apparently cross-dressing, wearing Batman costumes, and skateboarding.
Witnessing it because of social media, etc. They're broadcasting their own sickness.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting parts about this isn't necessarily like the capacity of cruelty for an occupying force. That much is like obvious. Like American soldiers did similar things. They just didn't have the same tech access.
American soldiers, Israeli soldiers, any Russian or Chinese or Syrian or Yemeni or even like Saudi. Well, Saudi they'd say because it's US. Anything.
And the same mass availability of phone cameras and direct access to the internet. You can only get away with doing stuff like this, obviously, when you have air superiority.
And when you're a Western-backed power, when you're white, Western-backed. Say it, Hassan. Please say it. You can only get away with this when you're white and Western-backed. White and backed by America. Please say it. Please say it. Oh, God, I'm edging you so hard right now. Hold on, this is the biggest cum shot. It's coming. Please, 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 please say it. Please don't say something else. Please don't. Please say Western or America-backed.
By the way, this is what I mean when I say bias. Like, just because, like, you can acknowledge that Hamas is doing crimes and bad things and also acknowledge when the IDF is doing them, no? You don't have to go straight to defense mode and mocking it. That is basically what I mean with the bias.
say it.
And you're overwhelming a largely civilian population. It's going to be a little bit different if it were, if there was a role reversal, or rather, if they were actually fighting an enemy that was evenly matched with their own weaponry, and not like an ascetic force that is forced to make, bathtub rocket launchers and whatnot, and still sees tremendous success despite that asymmetry.
Fuck.
But what I find to be really
oh god, I'm gooning. Now I'm gooning or edging. Jesus. I'm still edging.
Interesting about this is that, again, there's an audience for this. Like, there is a market for this. Fuck. And clearly the Israeli government itself finds this to be valuable enough that they haven't genuinely put a stop. Because this is something that would violate standards of almost every military internationally. Because you are, one, giving away your position and maybe much more to potential enemy combatants, right? So on that front, I remember something happening in Ukraine that was similar where... I remember something happening similar in Ukraine, like with a foreign brigade, where actually like telegraphing their location and by posting, and then they got rocket strike. Yeah, they got rocket strike immediately after. So like, there's obviously that part that violates like the safety for the operatives, but then also, I think in spite of that, they still see a lot of value in it.
A very smart foreign legion. Where is the article? I don't see the article. Have you linked it? Have you linked it to me in DMs? Yes, I can. Can you create any more of me with a baseball bat? I can, yes.
IDF sees a lot of value in it because this reinforces, I guess, some of the I would say sadistic desires from the population overall to enact vengeance and continue on with an ethnic...
The sadistic desires of the population.
Okay, that's Hassan's bias,
campaign,
by the way.
In Gaza.
There has the sadistic desire.
I think there's also
the
potential for a fracturing, not necessarily along Lebanese lines, but I think you're coming out of this war, you're going to have armed factions in Israel that are not as obedient to the central government as they have been over the years. I think that...
What?
I think the radicalizing that's going on the last years and months, could completely spin out of control for.
You had settlers trying to go in, breaking through the border fence, and try to settle forcibly inside of Gaza, as there are currently operations that ethnic cleansing going on in Gaza. This to me shows the bloodlust that many have inside of Israel.
What about the bloodlust?
I don't know. I feel like both Hassan and Destiny have some weird biases going on.
Hold on. Some Israelis going into Gaza to try to settle it, which by the way is bad. That shows the bloodlust inside Israel. But the past hour of talking about Palestinians that were coming into Israel to fucking gang rape people? What the fuck?
To take matters into their own hands, like it's not enough.
This is why those people are not really equipped to discuss these things.
Precision-guided munitions
Destiny and
a litany of dumb bombs.
Precision-guided, yeah, dumb bombs. Fuck the precision-guide. It's all dumb bombs here,
They're basically just doing
like artillery and even white phosphorus.
Thing,
they have to save their bloodlust by personally taking matters in their own hands.
And
as a matter of fact, putting themselves in harm's way, not by Palestinians, by Palestinian forces,
That's the only
but
between them.
by potentially opening themselves up to
They're
Israeli
not
rocket fire.
So
like the Israeli military has killed Israeli hostages that were begging in Hebrew to not be shot, that tried to tried to escape.
That's so
that
different.
were
these
left behind. They killed them. So the fact that these settlers that are trying to go in there, in spite of that, is insane to me, and it shows that.
Because Hassan said here that many with Israel has, well, he said that it shows him the bloodlust of the population, which is not a statement you can really make.
There are a lot of people that are increasingly more radical, that are willing to take matters in their own hands.
But look at what opinion polls have consistently shown in Israel from the beginning of this across political.
We're going to talk about opinion polls in the West Bank and Gaza, or
political lines. Widespread support, in Israel for this war.
Crazy, widespread support in Israel for a war against Hamas that did the largest terrorist attack in the history of all of Israel. That's bizarro. That's crazy. Just a quick check again.
Oh God. Yes, the weakness is the camera in this game.
How many?
That's the weakness. Thank you.
Less than 1,000 soldiers dead in the Six-Day War. I'm seeing if this is like the biggest, largest single death event for Israel. I'm trying to see. How many died in Yom Kippur? Okay. About twice as many died in Yom Kippur, okay? But half as many...
Hold on.
Mostly civilians killed in a single day.
Maybe I'm mistaken here.
Soldiers that did the correct
widespread support.
We're going to talk about
it. What
radical win there in spite of that is insane to me, and it shows that there are a lot of people that are increasingly more radical in there in spite of that were left to not be shot, that tried to has killed Israel, actually opening themselves up to Israeli rocket fire by Palestinian forces, taking matters in their own hands, and even white phosphorus that they have to save their bloodlust by personally taking as well, like artillery and even bomb
precision guided
with Mark 84 rockets, precision guided munitions and a litany of dumb bombs.
Precision guided, yeah, dumb bombs. Fuck the precision guide.
Precision guided munitions, not enough that they're bombing them with American rockets, with Mark 84 rockets. Precision guided munitions and a litany of dumb bombs.
Precision guide, yeah, dumb bombs. Fuck the precision guide. It's all dumb bombs here, right?
As well, like artillery and even white phosphorus that they have to save their bloodlust by personally taking matters in their own hands, and as a matter of fact, putting themselves in harm's way, not by Palestinians, by Palestinians.
Hold on.
And a litany of dumb bombs, American rockets with
coming into Israel to fucking gang about shows the blood about the
shows the bloodlust that many have inside of Israel.
What about the blood?
They killed them. So the fact that these settlers that are trying to go in there in spite of that is insane to me, and it shows that there are a lot of people that are increasingly more radical, that are willing to take matters in their own hands.
But look at what opinion polls have consistently shown in Israel from the beginning of this across political.
We're going to talk about opinion polls in the West Bank and Gaza, or
political lines. Widespread support. In Israel for this war.
Crazy. Widespread support in Israel for a war against Hamas that did the largest terrorist attack in the history of all of Israel. That's bizarro. That's crazy. Just a quick check again. How many?
I hate this boss. I hate this camera.
Less than 1,000 soldiers dead in the Six-Day War. I'm seeing if this is like the biggest, largest single death event for Israel. I'm trying to see. How many died in Yom Kippur? Okay. About twice as many died in Yom Kippur, okay? But half as many, mostly civilians killed in a single day as have died in arguably the worst Israeli-Arab war. And that people are supporting the military action against Gaza? Is that really so surprising?
Despite the fact that there's tens of thousands of civilians that have been killed. I mean, it's it's an unmasking moment in some ways.
Unmasking?
In many ways. And Israel really wanted to compare this to 9/11 at the beginning and to extrapolate numbers and do a comparison to 9/11. You remember the reaction in the United States after 9/11.
I'm not sure.
You had this bloodlust that set in across so many sectors of the population.
Bloodlust.
But, in the case of
what would it be like if I described Palestinians as having a bloodlust?
I mean, it would be.
It's an interesting choice of words. A bloodlust.
Of Israel right now, it could well be that what emerges from this is something in some ways more dangerous than Netanyahu. And certainly this war and the way the Palestinians have been treated and murdered en masse is almost certainly going to give rise to a force that's more radical than Hamas.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And that's the pattern we saw, with what gave rise to ISIS, etc. Big nation states or powerful nation states, they think that they can stamp out the resistance by wars of attrition and mass murder. But history shows that it just plants the seeds for even more ferocious armed resistance.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think people understand that there are so many former Shin Bet internal security people, like high-ranking officials in the Israeli FBI, openly stating that this is only going to cause radicalization, further radicalization, and yet no one seems to listen. And I think it's fueled by obviously years and years of propaganda and interest in like developing an ethno-state, a Judeo-supremacist ethno-state, and the ethnic cleansing that must happen in order to ensure that. And now the population has found itself in the throes of straightforward fascism, while a ethnic cleansing campaign is currently unfolding right in front of their eyes. And
even super pro-Israeli people say that the Netanyahu government is straight out fascist. So that is sort of irrefutable. Even people that have super ultra Israel bias, like the person that, where is it? Where's the book? Sorry. But that's not really a thing that you can just deny out of hand. Hold on. Oh, where is it? I can't find it. Oh, there you go. This.
They are championing it, and I don't think like a lot of.
Yeah, but he's like he's not the only issue, but he is. But he's a very extremist, and his whole cabinet, by the way. Not just Bibi, but his whole cabinet. Or straight up fascistic. I guess that will happen.
I don't think a lot of Israelis, even like liberal Zionists, for example, beyond their acceptance of this and what that says about their own morality, I don't think they understand the long-term consequences. One example that I've used time and...
You know what? I have a lot of respect for the Nazis. You know what? I feel like Nazis are fucking based. Because at least Nazis just come out and say what they fucking mean. I miss those people. I miss those days. They would come out and they would just say, you know what? I do hate Jews. I don't want to Holocaust them again. And you know what? I think to be that honest is base. It's so much better than listening to this fucking dog shit. It's so much better than listening to this. Oh my God.
Time again has been that just like...
Okay, I will agree. After this statement, I will definitely agree that Destiny has more of a bias. Well, I had my doubts before. Steven himself has cleared out those doubts for me. Probably, yeah.
The parallels we saw. LRAD's long-range acoustic devices were originally utilized in Iraq to dispel, to stop
very
civil disobedience occurring, and now those LRADs are equipped on regular patrol
it's just Nazi-level anti-Semitism.
cars in the Beverly Hills Police Department being used against American citizens, and the same parallels occur in Israel as well. The skunk, the skunk car that they used to use in the West Bank, that sprays a toxic chemical that is almost impossible to wash off.
The moment I hear this, Destiny utter the sentence, oh yeah, not the Nazis, at least were honest about just wanting to genocide the Jewish people. Okay. Okay. Okay.
That the Israeli government, the IDF, was utilizing on civilian houses and civilian populations in the West Bank were used on the Israeli population.
Yeah, the point of using these things is so that you don't have to fucking mow down a crowd. You don't have to spray fucking assault rifle fire into a crowd to get them to stop. Yes, they have bad smell machines. Why are we crying about this? Isn't that a good thing?
Oh my God, another take about mowing down crowds?
When they were protesting the Supreme Court, when they were protesting the neutering of the Supreme Court, rather. And what a lot of Israelis do not understand is that the things that you are advocating for will inevitably be used on you as your government becomes more and more right-wing. Post 9/11, we had the Patriot Act. Post 9/11, we had the DHS and ICE. These were agencies that now seem like a permanent fixture of American empire, and yet they did not exist. A much more neutered version of said agencies existed in the INS, and now we can't even see a world without BORTAC. BORTAC is operating inside of U.S. borders. These are guys who are basically being deployed and training overseas, and it is the same principle behind like having
Ryan
a full-blown occupying.
Ryan's like, I've heard this episode before, but I'll come back.
Fully geared, fully kitted military person inside of U.S. borders.
Yeah, lethal means genocidal. Non-lethal is cruel and unusual methods to harass and belittle occupants. True.
Handling American citizens. It just consistently escalates, and then that fascism comes back and ends up destroying the population itself.
Let me jump in. I gotta go pick up my daughter.
Yeah, no, this is this was wonderful. I don't want to take up more of your time anyway, guys. Thank you so much for coming on. Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Jeremy, for coming on. This was wonderful.
By the way, Destiny talked to this journalist.
About some of the worst things that are happening in the world, but you guys are doing phenomenal work.
And by worst things that are happening in the world, we mean always about Israel and America and Ukraine.
Thank you so much for your continued work. That was Jeremy Scale and Ryan Grimm of The Intercept.
Just so you guys know, when Hassan constantly does this thing, it was like, well, I talk to journalists. I don't read a book. I talk to journalists. This is what he means when he says, I talk to journalists, by the way. This is exactly what he means.
Their latest reporting is very instructive. I covered it extensively on my YouTube page if you'd like to go watch that. We talked about the UN.
Do you talk to...
No, bro, dude, if I was Israeli, I would think the whole world is against me.
Do you talk to journalists?
This is wild. Dude, I read all these articles from The Intercept back and forth responding to this New York Times shit. Like, every single underline.
Does Destiny talk to any journalists apart from the ones that call into his show to debate him and criticize him?
Link is either a lie or it's a fact check that links. Have you ever heard of that Oct7 fact check site?
And I haven't heard of that site specifically, but I've read through quite a bit of the conspiracies.
I was just curious because I checked like all the facts that they debunked, and coincidentally, every single one except for one was anti-Israeli. Huh, crazy. And then I feel it's funded by a group called Tech for Palestine or something. But anyway, what's up?
Yeah, no, I watched that. Yeah, it's quite, well, I just want to know what his reaction would be if the IDF had a military operation into Gaza. And, you know, there was an investigation that found some rapes happened. But then someone said, well, actually, during the operation, the IDF were supported by settler militias. And, you know, you can't really, you're just blaming this on the IDF, but, you know, the settler militias could have been doing.
I don't know what that talking point is supposed to mean, because it sounds like an ultra far right Israeli talking point. The idea that like even Palestinian citizens are out here raping. Like,
I mean, Destiny did talk to the same journalist today, to be fair, and it wasn't all that bad.
Such a weird. I don't know why they think that saves them, or what. How that's a good talking point, right? There, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the motivation there is other than like a defense of Hamas. At the expense of Gazan civilians, or maybe blame it on PIJ, but like even though PIJ's numbers are.
Oh, by the way, because some people might not realize this, having a title of journalist does not give you some special magic insight into things that other people don't have. Journalists are just humans that happen to do the job of journalism. I almost feel like I have to say this for some reason. When you take on the role of a journalist, you don't gain special journalist perks that nobody else has. You don't unlock a journalist tech tree that gives you special skills that nobody else has. I mean, ideally, you do keep yourself to a certain standard, and you to train yourself to be better at what you do. But my point stands.
Prior to October 7th, only about 1,000, so our priors are going to be lower for that. But I mean, the main point here is just that this is your fucking operation. You're responsible for what happens. If your subordinate belligerents do something. For an operation that you designed and orchestrated, you're responsible for that. Like, imagine if no one would accept a rejection of the Sabra Shatila massacre because it wasn't technically the IDF that did it.
Actually, not only would they not reject it, they literally brought that up in this video. They said that that was an IDF sanctioned event. Like,
yeah.
Even though that wasn't even, not only was that not their own citizens, or I'm sorry, not only was that not their own soldiers, it wasn't even their own citizens. Like,
yeah. It was a subordinate belligerent. That wasn't them.
To be fair, you do employment, and resources is a very special tech tree. Sadly, often locked away from many of us. That's equipment. That's more equipment than a skill tree, than a tech tree. That's more of like a gear you get.
But the point is, you're responsible for subordinate belligerents that aren't you in your operations. So yeah, I mean, it's very, I have no idea what the, I mean, it's just bizarre on so many levels. I don't get the motivation. I don't get how it absolves Hamas of responsibility. Even if it wasn't them and it was just subordinate belligerents at best. I don't That was weird. Know. Also, it's a false claim to say that there are no women that claimed they were raped. I mean, that's just I DM'd you a link. I posted a tweet, but it had a link to where it was reported. There's at least 3 women and 1 man that have made that claim. It's just that they didn't go to the public with the claim and just do all these media interviews.
Wait, no, the tech tree is just your skills.
Yeah, and UN report even says why they don't want to. Why they don't want access to the public.
The equipment is
like Hassan and Jeremy and Ryan. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just factually just an incorrect statement. That's just wrong. It's not true. Yeah, no, it's very bizarre. Like the whole thing that Hamas has somehow absolved of responsibility for rape because they let a subservient belligerent or a citizen do it. Weird. And like the part where it's like, well, they didn't do any investigation to find out if it was Hamas. Like what investigation are you gonna do? Like, are you gonna ask the rape victims, hey, do you know if it was Hamas or PIJ or like a citizen who raped you?
Yeah, not to mention that a lot of the corpses are burned, a lot of the bodies are buried because Israel has retorted religious beliefs.
And even if they weren't, like, what is that gonna do to like what is that gonna do to differentiate whether it was Hamas or PIJ? Like what exactly? What's the proposal there?
I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, really weird. That was one of the weirder things I've seen.
The group meetings, by the way, that usually discuss Jewish affairs. Sometimes they organize a meeting before the election when they discuss how to organize people into voting against the Law and Justice Party. I remember that. We looked at stats, graphs, etc. And apparently they are interested in hearing what I have to say about the riots, the protests. The Long Table Forum is interested in having me speak on the protest that I've attended. I guess both of them. Which might end up opening some doors for me, hopefully. Hopefully it won't be just a waste of time. There is a small possibility that doing that will actually open some things for me.
Too. But yeah, hopefully you can understand the perspective of how, and I don't think it's like, this, I don't say this to be like it's a false, but I think there's kernels of truth to it. Not kernels, like there's a good amount of truth to it where, yeah, there are these groups of people that will do anything to Israel bad though. Like,
yeah.
Top the channel. All right.
I love you, buddy.
I love you, buddy. Buddy!
He's literally doing all of this because he finds harassing.
Oh, Chad Logic!
Not because he even knows what's going on. I've lost everything.
How old is this?
My livelihood, my name.
4 hours ago. Jesus, I guess we can treat this as a check-in on Chad Logic until my guest arrives. We're supposed to sort of be starting soon. I'm worried. Are they on? Who is this guy who Destiny talks to? Avi? I think so. I'm not sure. I actually don't know. Do you want to watch Chad Logic or do you actually want to watch the Destiny talk to the journalist that he just criticized now? I guess I'll give you a choice. What I'm looking forward to is the main topic of today, which is you know what. Oh, I didn't even. I didn't even injure her.
fault. The world will be.
Is this that?
I want to see talk to Ryan Grimm. Okay, I guess we can arrange that. I think that stream is still ongoing.
This is intentional.
This is intentional.
The trans athlete is gonna do.
Damn.
The trans athlete is gonna do a lot.
I don't think we're gonna be able to watch it now, since Destiny's not streaming anymore, and I think he I guess he makes all of his streams offline. I guess we cannot. I guess we're going back to chat logic then.
The trans athlete.
This is intentional. This is intentional.
Guess we're going back to chat logic then. Go in the live section. I mean, the live section shows me a thing from 1 year ago, so I assume he off-lists the live stuff so that people go to the segments instead of
Vosh exposed his
just watching the stream and not the segment.
He's literally doing all of this because he finds harassing me fun, not because he even knows what's going on. I've lost everything. My only friend, my livelihood, my name.
The reading of this
and
is
it's all
weird.
my own fault. The world will be.
Is this that motor? What's the condition? Motor neurone retardation or something? Is this not like totally psychotic to anyone else? You can interpret pretty much all of Keffel's actions as getting ahead of the Mutahar video. When someone who isn't known to make videos this quickly in succession, you know that they're panicking for that big video job that has come in their way and Does the child cry for Gaia? May the gods have mercy. Not by me. I mean, exactly. And he's got a point. Or she's got a point. My apologies. She's got a point. My bad.
Chad logic is not transphobic at all, of course. You're not transphobic at all, Chad logic. No transphobia from Chad logic. No, there is no transphobia in the Chad nation. It shouldn't make light of this, but the beat makes it sound like Kafos is rapping. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back with water.
She, they, she, they, she, they.
What was taken down due to copyright infringement? Wait, what? What was taken down? Hold on. Destiny stream was taken down due to a copyright infringement? Hello. What happened? Tell me. Oh my gosh. I've started reading a new book. Destiny stream. Wow. Just interesting. I'm reading a book. It's called Deindustrialization of Soviet Russia. The Years of Hunger. Soviet Agriculture, 1931-1933. The one that everybody says is being ignored and disregarded and treated unfairly. By everyone, I mean people like Badam Panada. Written by R.W. Davis and Stephen G. Whitcroft. That book. That book that he says that that book that is basically apparently Anne Applebaum and Snyder both took data from, but they disregarded the conclusions. Therefore, they're bad. They're bad people because they disregarded the conclusions of Wheatcraft. Welcome, an Entropy fan. I am waiting for an esteemed guest. I guess something happened and they just cannot be here. Hold on, let's see if they're online. Where are they? Yeah, offline. Maybe they don't have a connection. I guess for them a connection might not be like a guaranteed thing.
Day, right?
So
the whole video
sort of
I was like, I'm not streaming anymore. Seems like they can't really keep up with the kind of toing and froing of internet drama. And they then went on to release a series of...
And now it's them. Just keep note that now these calling Kafus at them. Who's the guest? Yankee Tanky? No. The guest is a person that will discuss the issues of homelessness with me. It's not a debate. It's a discussion. A nice interview-like discussion. But unfortunately, they're not here yet. Or maybe I'm mistaking the time. I might be lost in the sauce of... I might be lost in the sauce of the time zones. No, I'm not. I'm not. So they might just be having a problem with connection. He's not online. He's offline on Discord. time did we agree for? Yeah, I guess there's some trouble, technical trouble on his end. It's past the time when we were supposed to talk. Okay, let's watch some chat logic for now.
Videos. And to put it extremely bluntly, I think that what Keffals is doing is trying to kind of cynically, because people have criticized Keffals for talking about it. I don't really care about that. Talk about it all you want, right? If someone tops themselves and it's newsworthy, then talk about it. Whatever. Who cares? Okay?
I know you don't care about anything.
But I think what Keffals is doing...
What is Keffals doing?
...is taking advantage of the situation in order to try and have some defense of themselves in relation to this
not herself,
video from Mutahar that's dropping. I think it is kind of like a, someone's just topped themselves with internet drama. Guys, look how bad this is. Someone's topped themselves from internet drama. And I think is utilising that as a sort of iron dome of sorts from internet drama themselves.
Iron dome.
Right? That's what I reckon.
You reckon?
So, before we get into the James Summerton video, which Kevin was criticised heavily for having covered it, this also, I think, backs up the idea that I've...
Keffals and Chatter not dismissing kind of historical and...
I've got about this. So, we'll play this. This is about Keffals' little beef that happened with Repzion.
Who?
So let's have a little look at this and see what's what.
There's a situation right now that I really want to talk about this YouTuber named Repzion. He has about 700,000 subscribers, and he has been incredibly deranged recently. He said a bunch of incredibly bizarre and threatening statements towards me, and I honestly have just ignored it up until this point.
Who's Repzion?
The sheer terror that the word Kiwi Farms puts in these people is just crazy, man. Just saying Kiwi Farms was wrong. Oh my god. No! The harassment is out of control!
Until he came into my comment section today and said Kiwi Farms is right. So what's really bizarre about the situation is that Repzion and I actually were pretty amicable towards each other. We have DMs going back to just after I was swatted back in August 2022. He was being genuinely helpful and friendly. Then on August 29th of the same year, he posted a tweet that I had sent to a locked Twitter account.
He's a commentary YouTuber. Yeah, he's been around forever. Damn. I think he's a deist. Okay.
And he asked me for the context of his tweet. I know that on its own, this looks terrible. Here's the context of what I was replying to, which was a tweet about what the problems are in the femboy community. And I stand by this. I think that the sexualization of minors is a huge problem in that community. Now, fast forward to the current day, I have not actually talked to Repzion since all of that went...
Well, wait a second. You're making it sound like Repzion was being unreasonable in asking you about that, when if you don't know the context, it looks bad. But yeah, sure, the context is better there. But what about all the tweets of you talking about getting people, underage people, on hormones and stuff? Like, how do you explain that fucking context away?
Down. That was until Repzion decided to tag me in a tweet saying that he hopes that I unalive myself. Then he got suspended from
Uh-oh. Here we go. Okay, let's have a look at this. What's this?
Jesus. Chat logic. You also remember that what I said, the drama freak Keffals surrounds herself with are now coming for... Oh, you did say that, I remember.
Okay, I'm going to be honest. This looks a little bit schizo, I must say.
I may have to make a point against Repsion here, because this looks pretty fucking insane. I've been completely MIA on Twitter since last Wednesday, but I just want to come back and say that both Keffels and Tipster are beyond help. I mean, that part is probably true. They're both two fucking idiots who defend and then blame everyone else for the things they insert themselves into.
Jesus.
All the Vosh drama that he put himself into for being a perverted lolly freak.
He was the kind of atheist YouTuber that once anti-feminist because became popular, he jumped off, and as soon as anti-feminism became unpopular, he jumped off. Jeez.
All three of those sick, twisted fucks need to lobotomize themselves. Okay, yeah, this is pretty fucking psychotic. I mean, there's issue in like... I mean, you guys are going to say based, right? But as like a big content creator, this is a kind of crazy thing to say, no?
We're not going to turn this into one segment. There's no point.
Anyway, let's read on.
There's nothing
completely hinged.
Substance.
Really? You defend someone incorrectly and then cry victim when you get called out by the thousands for supporting someone having a lolicon on their PC. Truly disgusting, repulsive. I hope you all KYS one day. Well, no. The lobotomy part is one thing, and then we've got the KYS down here. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that Repsion is... I mean, I'll see what people are saying in chat about certain things. It's pretty clear that Repsion is in his feelings over this, right?
Okay.
I mean, if you're not... Listen, if you're going to say it's based, sure. But, like, it doesn't feel like he's writing this in a kind of coherent way. This feels like a hammering out, you know, yeah, fuck these people, da da da. Like, he's clearly very fucking...
Wait, why does he want Keffels to eat?
Heightened emotionally about the situation, right? Like, that much is undeniable, I think. Whether or not you think it's based or not is one thing. But obviously, to me at least, this is extreme heightened emotions that are leading this, rather than cool, calm, collected. I'm going to say a take that fucking goes down the line with this one.
Twitter came back and said that he hoped I get essayed in prison. He's just been completely deranged recently.
Come on, man.
Pizza Slinger became a member.
Dude. What the fuck is this? That's a bit rich, isn't it?
Isn't it?
That's a little bit rich for my blood, I must say.
Jesus. So British.
I know you guys have lost the plot if you're going to defend this. This is crazy. This is crazed. I knew my prior post would get me locked out, but I hold no regrets. And remember what I said about Tipster and Keffels. I'd do it again. Hope you two perverted freaks end up in prison one day. Drop that soap, see what happens. Ooh. That's quite spicy.
That's stupid.
The Kiwi Farms thing, obviously, I don't really care about that. The first tweet...
Do you care about anything?
Dicey, but
I guess
could
be my question. Do you care about anything? What's funny about that? I don't know. I don't know. It's just silly.
Kind of based and funny. This, but it's still quite emotional. This is like schizoid shit, as far as I'm concerned, okay? Wishing rape on someone is fucking crazy. Even in a coded way like this.
Now again, I basically ignored all of this until now. But I decided to address this, and this also led to like the most bizarre back and forth on Twitter. I said, just saw this in my YouTube comments. This is just targeted harassment. If you want to...
Zionist? Wait, what the fuck?
With a far-right forum that made multiple people unalive themselves, I can't stop you. But having big YouTubers go out of their way to say stuff like this to me is disgusting.
So I saw this tweet and I was like, okay, Repsion win on this, to be honest. I think
Are
the
we
fact
gonna
he's managed
even
to just
see
say
Repsion in
this
this
one
video?
phrase and trigger this response is based. But I didn't know about the other tweets that were going on.
Repsion quote tweeted this and called me a crybaby, said that he knew that I'd try to play victim, and that he has his own thread, which he doesn't complain about, so I need to get over it. One of his fans actually called him out on this and said, this is honestly the worst take from you. I don't care if you hate Claire or whatever, but being a smarmy prick about extreme harassment and doxing tells me you've taken steps back somewhere. And he just responds by trolling, saying, I just ate a kiwi for lunch today. I don't know how my farmland is wrong. All I do is harvest kiwis all day long.
Rape? Why are you calling him Rapezion? Come on, that's ridiculous. This guy's... That's quite funny, though.
Okay.
It's always funny when someone is going full in, and then they just say something like this, which is just absurdly bizarre. And you're like, what? It's kind of quite disarming, isn't it, you know?
No, it's not.
Someone else posted this meme. Repsion when farmers share private information of Onision's victims. I sleep. Repsion when Keffel says feels bad, man. Real shit. And then he just admits that he's literally doing all of this because he finds harassing me fun. Not because he even knows what's going on.
Oh, that is Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
One person asked him, what was Kiwi Farms right about? And he said, I actually don't know. All I know is that it's a troll meme at this point. I see people say all the time and it makes people go batshit in response. And it's hilarious. It worked. Now, I don't want Repsion to be deplatformed.
That's kind of based. That is
it's actually mind-numbing.
A base tweet. I've got no idea what's going on. I'm literally just trolling.
I don't even care. I just want to know why. Why is this acceptable? And why is it that a huge YouTuber can just get away with harassing smaller YouTubers and saying all of these awful, disgusting things? I never wanted any of this sort of engagement to happen in the first place. And I'd honestly be happy if he just left me alone.
Well, I mean...
It's interesting that he became pretty progressive in the last couple of years, but after the Onision stuff, he completely threw that all aside.
The shoe is obviously on the other foot now, isn't it? So, when the shoe's on the other foot...
Onision.
Keffels takes great pleasure in fucking with
that
people.
Graded
Or big platforms even.
On his channel, yes.
And this is why I'm saying, I think that what Keffels is doing here is this Iron Dome situation. The Iron Dome of drama is what I'm going to call it, okay? Where they're pointing to people coming for them like this.
Money off depressed people.
Thank you for the $10.
99 cents from Stafrex. I don't want his head on a pike, but will no one rid me of these troublesome priests?
But yeah, I think that what's happening here is it's an effort to... This is about Mutahar, I'm telling you. I am 90% sure that Mutahar and the pending video is what is causing a lot of these kind of videos to come forward from Keffels. They're trying to defend themselves against the coming onslaught from a big YouTuber. You know, hence why they're talking about Repsion here. And hence why also, I think, not having watched the video yet,
yeah.
I think the Keffels decided to make a video about the James Summerton situation. So the thing is with this video is, to me, I don't care about people making video. Make a billion videos about James Summerton possibly topping himself. Monetize that shit to the ends of the earth. Go crazy with it, right?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
But this particular video, it just comes across as an effort to say, hey, look guys, look what's happened to James Summerton. Oh, Mutahar, that big video about me? Like, probably not explicitly stated, but that is the impression that I'm getting from this, right? Like, this seems like freaking out over the impending hammer that's about to drop from Mutahar. Like, you can see here, so this is the one we looked at the other day, a video about being a trans YouTuber. It's all sympathy baiting. It's all sympathy baiting. Repsion video, James Summerton may have taken his own life, not sure what this one's about. The Vosh and HMO guy situation is insane and I'm horrified. I don't know what this one is. Maybe we should watch the I'm horrified one too. But yeah,
Jesus.
comes across as kind of damage control, you know?
I see.
Yeah. Hey guys,
oh
I'm a
yeah,
small
we're
bean, don't come after me. Look what happens to people when you do.
Yes.
Anyway, let's watch the video
Yes.
and see what was said in it.
The situation with James Somerton has taken a very, very dark turn. If you don't know who James Somerton is, James Somerton is an LGBT YouTuber who has recently been at the center of a controversy following HBomberGuy putting out a comprehensive video essay about the issue of plagiarism on YouTube. James Somerton was one of the focal points of HBomberGuy's video.
James Somerton is a gay YouTuber with a degree in business administration who frequently refers to himself as a marketing expert.
Okay,
I'm a YouTuber, marketing.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm done. Let's see what this is. So this is about the US detention centers and what sort of conditions they operate under. We're gonna turn this off for a bit and we're gonna read this article. We're gonna try to not numb our brains with something that is totally useless and a waste of time. So we've been talking a bit about the detention centers. I've been sent an article to read about it. We're gonna read the article. Maybe we'll do a little bit of a discussion about it. Concentration Breakdown Auschwitz Part 2. Let's see. By Anthony Leroy. June 21st, 2020. 8-minute read. Having left the slime green lawns of the suburban sprawl of Phoenix and driven deep into the country, you will reach a well-dusted junction. If you turn to the left, you will see sand-drowned mesquite trees mark their place, and beyond it a small white house with an off-placed door. If you turn right on Hannah Road, you cross one of Arizona's many canals, and beyond it you see Immigration and Customs Enforcement's ICE, Eloy Detention Center. I place the terminology used by ICE in quotes because, as we know, and as I hope to demonstrate, these are concentration camps in each and every way. By the way, I've had some run-ins with the Polish Border Patrol. I've been called on to go to the sort of base of the Border Patrol in Poland. And there have been like refugee camps, I think, for immigrants. Camps for immigrants, basically. And the guy from the Border Patrol, when driving me to the office because he had some business with me, basically told me, oh yeah, these immigrant facilities, they're basically prisons. This facility here that we have, it's basically a prison. So got it out of the cat's mouth. Basically said, oh yeah, that's that facility we have here for immigrants, that's basically a prison. So, however, as the photo demonstrates above, Eloy is not merely a detention center, but rather a federal contract facility. Now, what does this mean? It only further demonstrates the way in which this facility, and indeed the neighboring La Palma Correctional Center, which is also subject to a federal contract to the United States government, are contemporary iterations of the Konzentrationslager model. Eloy and La Palma are privately owned facilities that through their federal contract are able to place the ICE logo behind core civics as shown in the photo below with Eloy. This is what makes this privatized imprisonment all the more horrific, and as they are subject only to yearly reviews. In a recent inspection, the United States Department of Homeland Security, Immigration and Customs Enforcement noted that of the 5 possible ratings, superior being the highest and at risk being the lowest, the Eloy facility received a middle-of-the-road acceptable rating. What is more, the entire facility is only built to house 1,596 detainees, for which each individual is worth $69.45 per diem paid to core civic by ICE. I was actually about to talk about this a little bit after reading this paragraph. I'll be talking about this in a second. Thank you for the $10. Although it would be best if you donated on the page, Lisa, because YouTube takes a cut. As explained in the Intergovernment Service Agreement IGSA, travel expenses are reimbursed by ICE to core civic due to their services to the state, and core civic is supposed to take care of the health of the imprisoned as stipulated in the IGSA. All this is the movement of at least 4,545,135 based on the numbers stated in the addenda to the IGSA has made their way into the coffers of core civic from ICE's Office of Detention Management a year for the Eloy concentration camp alone. Many people might object to the calling of these detention centers as concentration camps. However, they are misguided in their presentations. There is nothing else to call them because they function just as that. I will break down the similarities by delving into their capacities. By the way, yeah, you can donate on Coffee as well, that's right. But you can also donate here. I have a page. You can donate here. That is the best way to donate to me. So as I said before, and as Karasu also has said, in the US, which is, for example, a bit different than here in Poland, the whole prison system, basically, not just this example, is a business. Prisons are run by private companies, as I understand it. The whole prison system in the US is profit-based, which means that the more prisoners there are in the prisons, the better. There are quotas of how many prisoners should be in a prison, which probably drives the reason why apparently in the US you have the most amount of prisoners per capita in the world. And it seems like the result of this is that the prison systems stop being about any sort of justice or even retribution or punishment, but start being about meeting quotas and making the business optimal, or even more than optimal. Or at least that is how I understand the system. Maybe I should look into it more. Maybe I have a simplistic view. of the US prison system, but that is how I understand it thus far. As far as I understand it, that's basically what represents the system the most in the US. The for-profit prisons. Which is interesting. And of course, the fact in the case of this particular facility, the fact that any controls only happen annually once a year means that the facilities are most of the time outside of any, I assume, governmental control, that any control happens just once a year, which creates also this sort of disconnect. Yeah, let's just continue into this. As you can see here, the concentration camp is purposely chosen to be as far away as possible from the prying eyes of the public, but also the nearest ice field office, which according to official documents note it is 60 miles from the Phoenix office. Eloy, however, is just one of a series of camps which are run by Core Civic. Just to the southwest in the prison camp, La Palma, and just over in the countryside of Pinal Country, Florence, there is another set of concentration camps. All are laid out to provide the maximum vigilance of the prisoners and have everything be run as orderly as possible. All transport is run through buses which have blacked out windows. They rush across the falsely greened landscape of the expanding outskirts of Arizona's capital. Oh, Barry! Then, as according to official ICE DRO detention documents, they are packed into the admissions hall to wait up to 12 hours. But how often this is true is unknown. Here they are given their initial assessment, where they are given a color, either dark red, bright orange, or dark blue, which then becomes the uniforms and wristbands they are forced to wear, classification system free. In the same document there are measures which detail how further reassessments are to take place, which can result in the change of housing arrangements. All of this at the behest of the core civic employees' own understanding of the imprisoned person. It is then that they are giving their detainee ID, which is called by ICE DRO as an A number. Oh, thank you. Dentist funds. And just because you're cool. Thank you. Thank you for saying I'm cool. Thank you so much. Okay. So this is like the photo of the thing, I assume. In an official memo for Ronald Vitiello, Deputy Director and Senior Official performing the duties of the Director of ICE and others, it was noted that there were multiple charges of criminally inadequate medical and psychiatric treatment on a systemic level. To delve into just the ones from the Eloy concentration camp. I guess we're gonna read further, but what I'm wondering about here, anyway, I don't want to drop out during this topic, but I've got to go to in my movie. I'll see you later. See you later. So I guess what I'm wondering here is what causes in this American prison, in this facility, I guess, the inadequate medical and psychiatric treatment on a systemic level. Is it like, I would assume that since it's profit driven, it is cutting costs on these things. I would assume that just as many things are profit driven in the US prison system, and since in this particular facility any sort of control happens only once a year, then I would assume that the facility uses that to sort of cut corners on medical and psychiatric treatment, which results in inadequate measures. That is my assumption as to why this is happening. There might be different reasons, but that is my immediate assumption. Complaint No 1810 ICE 0623 describes how an imprisoned person at the camp notified the camp psychiatrist several times of worsening psychosis-related symptoms, for which he received no care from the camp psychiatrist and ended up being hospitalized and requiring emergency surgery due to harm that came about during a psychotic episode. Complaint number 1810 ICE 0624 describes how an imprisoned person at Eloy was not given the appropriate treatment for their mental condition. According to the complainant themselves, the Medical Quality Management Unity, MQMU, had come to warn the ICE Health Service Corps, IHSC, concerning the complaints' increased risk of negative situations due to their auditory hallucinations and suicidal ideation. However, they were not given any antipsychotic medication and instead given an antidepressant, at which time the IHSC told the MQMU to hold off on notifying them concerning the patient unless and until the detainee became psychotic and suicidal again. So as you can see, this is hardly the benevolent private sector, the bourgeois media, and the right libertarians seem to believe is somehow the answer to all of our problems. Indeed, this shows how the private and public sectors are myths of the bourgeoisie. Capital is omnigenous and omnipresent in each of these concentration camps. However, I do not wish to end my report here, for the horrors are not yet ended. I mean, that is sort of, I don't know, I'm not sure if I even agree with this, since there's a huge difference between a publicly run prison system and a privately run prison system. Like, there is no such profit motive when a government runs prisons to cut. There is no incentive. There is no special incentive in a government-run prison to cut corners and just not give people care. And in this sort of system there is. So there's clearly a difference here. No? At least, like, I'm not sure what this person means when they say the private and public sectors are myths. They clearly are private and public sectors. Like, there's clearly a difference in how government-run prisons are operated and how private company prisons are operated, as the US demonstrates. Whereas at the entrance of Auschwitz is announced, Arbeit macht frei, or work shall set you free, Korsavik would perhaps choose innovative competition. Its founders Tom Beasley and T. Don Hutto claim they changed the face of imprisonment forever. A mere 31 years ago, and used that phrase as their central idea. What is more, they freely admit that it was the creation of contemporary concentration camp that is the genesis of this company and of this industry. It should never be forgotten. We have innovative competition. Their emphasis is an arena that had never before had competition. Italics mine. In other words, we should never forget that through these competitive camps, capital was able to out itself as the midwife of fascism once more. So there's something else though, probably not only profit motives that pushes for cuts. And what they mean that in the idea of neoliberalism is that public tasks should be done by private sectors, actors contracted by the state. I mean, that is sure, but that is mainly how it functions in the US. Like in Poland, prisons are just run by the government. There are no private actors that run prisons in Poland. Or at least I believe so. And I will object against the comparison to Auschwitz-Birkenau, because Auschwitz-Birkenau was not a concentration camp. Auschwitz-Birkenau was a death camp. It was designed to kill people in a industrial scale. And the people that were working there were also made to die during that work. It was designed for the people to die during that work. So as bad as the facility that is being described here might be, comparing it to Auschwitz-Birkenau is not really amped. And what they mean is the idea of other incentives there is to make the refugees and immigrants' life uncomfortable. I can agree here, yeah. ICE. So this is for immigrants, yes? Okay. ICE. Since it's ICE, so this is a camp for refugees? Or immigrants? Illegals? Yes? Since it's run by ICE? The detainees here are immigrants? Am I understand this correctly? I'm not familiar with US system as much, but in the UK, private actors within the system of migration and services, they create a hostile environment. I mean, Poland also has something like this, but like as I've said, I've had run-ins with border patrol in Poland, and when I've been driven to an office in a forest of the border patrol, the guy that drove me to his office basically said, "Oh yeah, this immigration camp here is basically a prison." Just shameless, he just told me, "Oh yeah, this place for immigrants. It's just for all purposes. It's just a prison, but it has a different name." So I guess this is an international problem. I guess this is definitely not a US problem. I guess the only thing that differs is the extent as to how people are treated, but if the border patrol themselves are saying that these refugee camps are basically prisons, then that says something at least. So the horrific environment probably helps to reduce the successful applicants. Are people forced to work at these facilities in the US? Are people actually put to work in these facilities while they wait for their decisions? It is in these camps where the greatest violence of capital can be seen in some of its most palpable forms. A recent report by Hunter Walker of Yahoo News revealed that ICE, and by definition the privately owned camps as well, are spraying disinfectant sprays on detainees that, according to the testimonials provided, have caused severe burns, bleeding, and extreme pain. I have actually read about this one before, yeah. As many of the camps are poorly ventilated and detainees are not allowed outside, they are essentially subject to this painful chemical torture every 15 to 30 minutes. As one detainee in California related, when I blow my nose, blood comes out. They are treating us like animals. One person fainted and was taken out. I don't know what happened to them. There's no fresh air. This terrifying testimony is only made worse when, just as with the Eloy concentration camp detainees, there is an inadequate or no care at all received for their symptoms. Jesus, the sleeping quarters at Auschwitz. I don't like the comparison to Auschwitz. Just I've already said my piece about this. The comparison to Auschwitz weakens the article in my opinion. See, again, you cannot compare a concentration camp to a death camp. As bad as the concentration camp may be for the prisoners. When people arrived at Auschwitz, they were straight away divided to those who would go to work and those who would go to the gas chamber by age and fitness. And there are already enough people that don't know the difference between a concentration camp and a death camp. And this article just furthers this confusion. Yeah. Like the article is strong enough on its own without. I don't think it needs the comparison to Auschwitz. I think it's. I think it would stand on its own by just describing what's going on without doing the comparison. Personally, I think the atrocity speaks for itself without comparing it to the Holocaust. ICE claims that this disinfectant is merely to deal with COVID-19. And by the way, this comparison will be used by some people to just dismiss the article outright. Oh, they're comparing it to Auschwitz. Okay, got it. So they're basically crazy and they have nothing of value to say. So they will just dismiss the actual legitimate concerns that this article is trying to raise. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think it would be better to just compare to other facilities like this. Or even compare to facilities that existed that were like this in the past. That could be a better idea. ICE claims that this disinfectant is merely to deal with COVID-19. Wait, hold on. There's no... But that brings out a host of other issues concerning the violence and death cult that is capitalism in its carceral iteration. The Eloy La Palma concentration camps, as well as the Florence concentration camp, are experiencing major outbreaks of COVID-19. And just as in the complaint, ICE de La Palma detainees have come to recognize that they are the merchandise and the object of negotiation. When it comes to all dealings between ICE and its state between ICE in its state capacity and core civic. Therefore, the rights of those detained are repeatedly overlooked, even as, according to the Arizona Mirror, COVID-19 cases at the Eloy concentration camp have exploded by more than 460% since June 12, 2020. This is a jump of the officially released numbers by ICE, which on June 11th reported only 22 cases of COVID-19 at the camp. A mere 4 days later, the number jumped to 123 cases. This comes at core civic, as noted in the official La Palma concentration camp complaint to ICE, has been revealed to keep people who should be released due to being granted asylum or being the derivative of an asylum seeker who was successful in attaining it. Both Eloy and La Palma, as the official complaint from La Palma notes, do not have any social distancing in place and indeed crowd people as much as possible. They could have compared it to Japanese internment camps as in camps made for Japanese. Yeah, they could have done that, yeah. The sleeping quarters at La Palma concentration camp. Let's make this bigger. Yeah, this is pretty bad. And dosing people in a bunch of chemicals will not really help them the COVID situation, as we are actually seeing in practice. All of this is done to keep the numbers of detainees high so that the daily per diem rate paid to core civic. See, I've mentioned this. There are actual quotas of how many people have to be in these facilities because it's a business. So there are quotas that have to be met for the money to sort of flow in. Which should be noted has 2.8 billion in property and equipment to its name as of December 2017. Thus we can see how the realization that the detainees had that they themselves had been commodified was true, and that just as in Nazi Germany, the concentration camps were used to propel the Nazi economy. No, that's bullshit. I'm sorry. I just cannot with this. Like, this author is conflating concentration camps, which were work camps in Nazi Germany, with the death camps, and it annoys me, because one type of camps were made for forced labor, in which people died as well, by the way, and the second type of camp was done to just exterminate people on a systemic level. You can't do this. So too are these being touted as the grand free market solution to imprisonment. Like, you cannot just claim all of a sudden that actually the Nazis built their camps to prompt their economy, because that is absolutely not the case. Like, I reject this. That was absolutely a different type of model. The modus operandi of these sort of detention camps for refugees or asylum seekers is totally incomparable to the death camps or even the concentration camps of Nazi Germany. The philosophy of their operation was totally different. The Nazis were not a bunch of capitalists that were just trying to make a buck on concentration camps. Claiming that to be the case is just ridiculous. Yeah, it's not, but the motives, the non-profit motives, in my opinion, in between Nazi Germany and the US are different. Because here it's to make people's lives bad and uncomfortable so that they will, for example, not get their permit, etc., you know? And in concentration camps and death camps, for most of the time the either the purpose was not to care if the people die or just to kill them en masse outright. The motivation was different. I assume at least that the motivation for the asylum seeker camps is not to just kill them all or work them to death as in the work camps in Nazi Germany. If the motive passed through monetary incentive through contract from the US state to the company to not accept people. Right. And also to push as much of them in the camp itself and to squeeze them all together because there's a quota of people that need to be in the facility in order for the company to keep receiving funds. So too are these being touted as the grand free market solution to imprisonment. The Nazis never claimed that the concentration or death camps were the grand free market solutions to imprisonment. That was never the claim of Nazi Germany, ever. Of the revenue they procure, $839.9 million comes directly from the federal government for all of its camps. From the individual states such as Arizona, it garners $727.8 million of revenue. In other words, their innovative competition is an innovative concentration of it's an innovative contradiction of capitalism. Through their very functioning as a solution, they prove how capital is the only economic sector which exists. Capital is embodied most clearly perhaps in these concentration camps precisely because the United States can market them as something positive and sell them as something which is beneficent. I mean, they can, because there's a whole horrific propaganda war waged against refugees and immigrants of all types, and that is part of it, in my opinion. The moment immigrants that just want to enter a country and start a life are being framed as invaders in mainstream television, you know that you will get sort of the sympathy of people for these sorts of facilities, at least from some section of the population. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Like there's a big push against immigration, and not just in the US, in Europe as well. This framing of people that just want to move to a different place to start a new life or to, I don't know, make a change, as invaders, as outsiders that just want to come in and destroy your life or something. Yet, as an Arizona Republic report by Lauren Castle and Maria Palenta published today highlights June 20th, 2020, the NAACP has filed a lawsuit against the concentration camps of Arizona and accused the state of practicing slavery. This after the 199th anniversary of Juneteenth should make us recall that slavery is not yet abolished. When it comes to imprisonment, as stipulated in the 13th Amendment of the Constitution, therefore the 7/740 detained people within the private concentration camps are, for all intents and purposes, used merely for the generation of profits, which is slavery, which is close to what Charles Faneuil himself stated. John Dacey of Abolish Private Prisons stated that a profit-motivated criminal justice and immigration decision system conflicts with individual rights that are protected by the due process and equal protection clauses of the Constitution, which, using our Marxist lens, shows the contradictions of liberal bourgeois democracy and capitalism. Okay, while I do agree that the profit motive system of imprisonment, that the business-like private prison system is bad, and also detainment places for refugees and asylum seekers, that's bad. The problem is that this is a worldwide problem, and many countries in the world do not run their facilities, their asylum seeker facilities and prison in this corporation and state sort of relationship. And I can tell you, based on Poland, that the situation of asylum seekers does not become magically a lot better when you remove that profit motive from the equation. So I think there's a lot more to it than that. Because Poland is not better when it comes to the treatment of asylum seekers, and it doesn't have this private company state relationship. So it's also just about the attitude of the state itself towards the immigrant. Yeah. Oh, Longshot is here. Oh. Oh, they meant next week. Hold on. Next week. The person thought I was talking to today, they meant next week. The 15th. Okay. Interesting. I'll have to. The 15th. That might be a bad. We'll see. We'll see. When in Hungary, you have same incentives. Make it as hostile as you can without direct profit. Yeah. In Poland as well. I honestly think that the main thing that is present is the disdain for immigrants, quite frankly. And I think that the profit thing is just a thing that happens to exist alongside it in the US. It's like we have this policy towards the immigrants and asylum seekers. So we might as well turn it into a business, not we turn it into a business and therefore we treat the asylum seekers that way. If that makes sense. It stems from policy to making it a business while you're at it, rather than the other way around. Which doesn't make it much better, but it is a bit different. Even as this lawsuit goes through the courts, the detainees in the concentration camps are in many ways trying to be made to be forgotten simply because they are placed in the middle of land that was part and parcel of the US last Lebensraum conquests. Oh, Jesus. Again with the comparisons to Nazi Germany. As the La Palma documents note, even the most basic human rights are denied. The detainees, as they are given inadequate nutrition, such as 2 slices of rotten ham and 2 portions of bread. We protested and all of the detainees returned our meals, and that day there was no dinner, even though we showed them the rotten ham. Starting on May 15th until today, all 3 meals are sandwiches in a cardboard box which says consume within 4 hours on them. And from what the kitchen workers tell us, those boxes are sometimes stored for more than 15 days. Jesus Christ. The richest country in the world. There are no excuses for what is happening in the imperial core, but make no mistake, these concentration camps are not an individual aberration of a single company or person, as the bourgeoisie, media, and capitalists attempt to say. These concentration camps, Eloy, La Palma, Florence, etc., are all part of how capital operates. It is a death cult which takes all prisoners and sacrifices them for the sake of I don't know. It's like taking a very narrow lens of analysis and just trying to push everything through it. It shallows out the actual analysis of what is going on in these places, in my opinion, by trying to say it actually all is caused by the profit motive, and actually there's nothing else going on. It's all just the bourgeois capitalist motive. And by the way, it was exactly the same as with Nazi Germany, and Nazi Germany just made Auschwitz to boost its economy through its profit incentive bourgeoisie. Like, come on. Like, there are useful things to get from this article. There are sort of useful insights that you can get from this article that could encourage you potentially to look further into the whole system of these detainment facilities. But these sort of moments of actually it's all profit motive, capitalist bourgeoisie plot, and actually it's all sacrificed for the sake of like, I could turn this around. If the government actually had the care of the, like, this is framed as also a little bit strangely, because if the state itself had an incentive to treat the asylum seekers humanely, then the business relationship could have been very well constructed in a way that the private company would be told, you're only going to receive funds if you treat them well. That also could have been the financial relationship between the private company and the state. So what then? Then the whole article's premise would just fall apart. If the government actually turned around and said, you know what? Instead of the quotas of the number of people that are going to be in the thing, now the thing that will determine your funding will be how well the detainees or asylum seekers are treated, how many are kept healthy, how low you keep the COVID outbreaks, and there you go. That will be your profit motive. And then suddenly the premise of the whole article is rendered moot. In my opinion, at least. Each death for the sake of capital should be a call for arms for any revolutionary. These are the wretched of the earth, the colonized proletariat begging to be free, but instead they are being enslaved and eliminated. I stared at a dust devil crossed between the razor wire fence which keeps the entire concentration camp enclosed. This camp will one day serve as a reminder of the horrors of capitalism, but in that moment it stood as a monument to death. I kept looking to make sure I wasn't spotted by any of the roving police that think it is their duty to stop the public from seeing this. And so, once the temperature rose to an unbearable limit, I took my stuff and left, wishing with each step and then with each mile driven that one day all the victims of the camps would be liberated instead of murdered in the name of capital. The murdering has not been even established through this article. It's from peacelandandbread.org. peacelandandbread.org. All external photos are given credit to their respective creators. Like the murdering in the camps have not been even established. And then the author of the article just ends on death and murder, even though none of it has been mentioned throughout the article. It's been said that detainees are treated badly, sprayed with chemicals, given bad food, but now it ends on one day all the victims of the camps would be liberated instead of murdered in the name of capital. It's and it's really disappointing because it talks about actual issues within the immigration system of in the U.S., the detention centers, etc. The profit motive of the whole prison system, for example. But this article is just bad. This article is bad at making its case. It just makes very bad comparisons and flattens it all to the making money aspect, which ignores that the immigration treatment, that the treatment of asylum seekers is bad in many places in which this profit motive is not even present. I don't know. I don't like this. I'm not a big fan of this article. I'm sorry. I have to apologize and say respectfully that this is not to my liking. Let's see. But we did go for a segment that was not ridiculous. So I guess that is a bonus. That is a bonus of this whole thing. Yeah, but that's not convenient for the Marxist perspective, I guess. I'll be going to the toilet and then I'll do a few more segments and then I'll be heading out. And by out, I mean I'm gonna be reading books and preparing videos. And then I'll be going to the Pauline Museum because there is an event today. How much do you even sleep? Too much, actually. I've been sleeping far too much. I've been sleeping way too much, actually. I should sleep less and work more. Also, I got a game, which I'm gonna have to test at some point. Been feeling sleepy lately. That's not a good sign. Oh, that is interesting. That's true. Oh, interesting. Now this is interesting. Okay, we're gonna discuss this. I hope there's an English version of this. Actually, it is in English. There we go. Excellent. So you remember how President Macron basically said that we cannot exclude sending European armies to Ukraine as the war is sort of starting to get a little bit less than optimal. Russia is gaining ground in various villages in Ukraine. Things are a bit heated, to say the least. As far as I know, aid is still being blocked from the US, the crucial aid that Ukraine needs. So Macron has floated the idea of troops being sent, actual forces of European nations being sent, that nothing can be ruled out, and I suppose that Foreign Minister Sikorski didn't want to be any worse. Poland has actually said officially that it would not send any of its forces to Ukraine as a response to Macron, that Poland would not be sending forces. Several countries have actually said we will not be sending forces. But in an interesting turn of events, maybe to, I don't know, to show that Poland will not be upstaged by France, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Radosław Sikorski, has said that NATO forces' presence in Ukraine is not unthinkable. So not just like European armies from individual states, but NATO forces that having NATO forces present in Ukraine is not something that is unthinkable, which is a statement, especially since, I don't know, it is very, this war is taking a very, very peculiar and interesting sort of road from absolute fear of any sort of escalation, telling Ukraine that no, you may not use the weapons that we're giving you to actually strike in Russia. That would be escalation. There will be no forces in Ukraine. That would be escalation. Absolutely not. We're just supporting you by giving you weapons and placing restrictions as to what you can do with these weapons. And now all of a sudden, we're hearing things like, you know what? Once you get those F-16s, you're actually okay within the international law to go and strike Russian military targets within Russia. That's fine. Even though not long ago, that was absolutely not fine. And now about the troops on the ground, suddenly ideas are being floated around a sudden shift in philosophy. Well, maybe we should send European troops. Well, maybe we should send NATO troops. I guess there are two possibilities. Either the UN, either NATO and the EU have sort of decided that Russian nuclear threats are just that, threats, and will never be realized, or they've decided that, I don't know, Ukraine losing is enough of a global security threat to at least make allusions or threats towards Russia sort of about sending troops to Ukraine. I can see those two as possible explanations as to why the sudden shift in philosophy. Here's a Kyiv Independent article about this whole thing. I'm gonna hold on. I have to put it on. Hold on. Kyiv Independent article. So, Polish Foreign Minister Radosław Sikorski didn't exclude the potential presence of NATO troops in Ukraine. The comments came after French President Emmanuel Macron recently said that sending Western troops to Ukraine cannot be ruled out in the future. The US and many European allies have distanced themselves from Macron's statement. The presence of NATO forces in Ukraine is not unthinkable, Sikorski noted, saying he had appreciated Macron's initiative, even though Poland itself has said officially that it wouldn't send troops, which is interesting. I find it interesting as a dynamic. That on the one hand, oh, Poland won't be sending troops. On the other hand, oh, well, but maybe NATO? Because it is about Russian President Vladimir Putin being afraid, not as being afraid of Putin, the Polish minister said. So that's like a pressure tactic, I guess. That was one of my two possibilities, a pressure tactic. Sikorski said Ukraine allies had to return to the original role of NATO, calling Russia a country that cannot live in peace with its neighbors and share their values despite the West's repeated encouragement. French Defense Minister Sébastien Lecornu said on March 8th that while the deployment of combat troops was not currently being discussed, there was the possibility that Paris would send military personnel to Ukraine to train Ukrainian troops or participate in mine clearing operations. That would be big if actually NATO or whatever European countries would actually send whole squads of deminers to help in the effort of clearing out. Yeah, that would be pretty big. That would actually be pretty tangible and pretty big. Especially since right now the demining crews simply don't have either the manpower or time to take care of certain pretty crucial things like the mentioned fields of farmers that have to do it themselves through various life-threatening methods with sticks, I've heard, and some other risky strategies that might end up in injuries or death. Earlier, Canadian Defense Minister Bill Blair also said Ottawa was ready to send a limited number of military personnel to Ukraine, but in a clear non-combat role. I wonder, do medics count as a non-combat role? That could also be big if countries send sort of full teams of medics to the front. That could also be a big boon. But I just wonder if medics are considered a non-combat role. I'm gonna Google it. We have Google at our disposal. We can just Google it. Are medics a non-combat role? Combat medic. Are medics non-combatants? Under the laws of armed conflict, military medics are deemed non-combatants and as such are subject to certain protections and limitations. The non-combatant status is defined in the famous Geneva Conventions, which form the basis of the international law of armed conflict. So, they could just send medics. They could send medics. Jessica Timler. Papa Lucy. Idę spać. Teoretycznie mam już następny dzień, ale życzę Ci wszystkiego najlepszego z okazji Dnia Kobiet. Mój polski nie jest najlepszy. Miłej nocy. Jest bardzo dobry. Dobranoc. Twój polski jest bardzo dobry. Był bardzo ładnie napisany. Okay, so we've got that answered. We can have people send troops to clear mines, deminers, and we can also have medics, which is big. I don't think it's about danger. I don't think this initiative is about danger. Deminers are in huge danger as well. Keep in mind, demining is one of the most dangerous jobs. You know? It's not about danger. It's about escalation of conflict. That is what it's all about. Like, it's saying we will not engage Russia in direct combat because this will be engaging the conflict into Russia versus NATO direct war. I don't think it's necessarily about the job being dangerous. Because demining is ultra dangerous at the end of the day. During a 2-hour State of the Nation address on February 29th, Russian President Vladimir Putin threatened tragic consequences if NATO troops were sent to Ukraine, claiming the West's support for Kyiv risks a conflict using nuclear weapons. Yes, but the miners aren't in the line of fire necessarily, and any deaths from mines could be considered an accident. Medics can and will be targeted by the Russian army. The miners can also be targeted by the Russian army. I don't know. I don't think it's that simple. So it's very interesting. There was this meeting in Poland right now during which Sikorski said all that. I appreciate the initiative President Macron, said Radosław Sikorski. I appreciate the initiative. Oof. Oh my, okay, this is... So there's been a lot of talk about the number of victims in this war. And apparently 40... I'm sorry. I have to look at this. I am gonna leave this for a bit because this seems to have a mistake in it. So I'm gonna leave it for now, but... Oh. Oh, interesting. Yeah, very interesting again. But I'm not sure if this is segment worthy. Okay. Oh my god. Of course. Of course. Jesus Christ. Why is Radosław so sexy of a name? You can shorten it to Radek. Damn. Russia. Jesus Christ. I have to find an English article for this. God. Jesus Christ! This is beyond parody. This is just, God, I don't know. Oh gosh. Okay, guess we're gonna talk about it for a second. Women's Day. So we all know that there's been an International Women's Day, right? We all know about the International Women's Day. Happy International Women's Day. That was yesterday. Great. We all know how I don't know. How do you celebrate the International Women's Day in your countries? Tell me. Tell me, chat. What is the best gift that a woman can receive on the International Women's Day? Is it flowers? Is it chocolate? Is it a nice gadget? Is it nice words? Is it a hug? Is it, I don't know, a kiss? Anything? Anything comes to mind that is the best gift that a woman could receive on the International Women's Day? Huh? Flowers? Stuff that I've listed? Well, because it's an International Women's Day, so naturally, it's also present in Russia. Russia also celebrates the International Women's Day, did you know? And according to Russia, the best gift that you can get as a woman on the International Women's Day is to get pregnant. Pregnancy is the best gift that you can receive on the International Women's Day. It is a great philosophy. It is a great gift, the gift of life. What other gift could you present to a woman on an International Women's Day rather than the gift of life, of knocking them up? There's nothing better. There's nothing better. And because we all listen to our great leader, because sooner or later we all will be Russian, because the Russian borders don't end anywhere. We have to listen to what our future leader Vladimir Putin has to say about this. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. What he has to say about Women's International Day. He has a special message to all of us, men and women alike, and probably even to non-binary people. Our glorious leader has a message for us, and that message is, your job is to make babies. That is the message on the International Women's Day. Your job is to make babies that I can use as future soldiers in my future wars. That is, I'm losing a lot of people here on the front. A lot of people have died. Someone has to replenish the ranks. That is your job. Be happy that you're not in the front. And if you're not in the front fighting against Ukrainian Nazism, then you must replenish the troops. You must create the new material for new soldiers. And so, yeah, that is the message. In his International Women's Day address, Vladimir Putin emphasized the importance of having kids. The Russian president reiterated that 2024 is the year of family in Russia, of baby making, of soldier breeding. Putin has repeatedly leaned on Russia's women to have more children to fix its demographic crisis, because people are dying in Ukraine. Too many people are dying. Replenish the ranks. Do it. Do it. Oh God. This is just perfect. Perfect. This is perfect for Oh, sorry, there's also a Russian MP. That's right, this is the Russian MP. Damn. Russia. Russia is a state of mind, I swear. I swear Russia is just a state of mind and nothing else. The best International Women's Day present is the gift of pregnancy. Russian MP. The best gift for your spouse or fiancé on International Women's Day is to make her pregnant. Controversial State Duma member Vitaly Milonov, the deputy head of the Russian Parliament's Family Protection Committee, has suggested. This is the only surprise on March 8th that can make a woman truly happy. Milonov, who himself has 6 children, including 3 he adopted, said in an interview with the radio station Govorit Moskva on Thursday. I mean, in Russia you do need to have like 10 children since, I don't know, 5 or 6 will be sooner or later sent to the front line to die. Not to be grim or mean, but that seems to be the reality of Russian society. I believe that the best gift for a woman is a new pregnancy. A child is a real joy, he explained. Men should be men if possible. If not, then flowers are used and things like that. If you don't get her pregnant, at least get her flowers. That's the ticket. That's the ticket. The MP, a member of the ruling United Russia Party, warned both men and women against engaging in excessive drinking on the holiday, saying that a bottle of champagne should be enough. Don't be drunks like you usually are. Don't be drunks like you usually are. Try a little bit of restraint on this special day. Try a little bit of restraint. Just drink some champagne. Don't gobble up 10 liters of vodka as you usually do. Excess drinking at parties could lead to conception in a drunken state, and this shouldn't be happening, he stressed. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I encourage women to voluntarily give up on booze on March 8th and celebrate it sober, because a sober woman is amazing, Milanov said. Just this one day, don't be a drunk. Just this one day, please, don't be a drunk. Just make an exception for this day, please. Amazing. Amazing. This is the best article I've ever seen. This is a joy to my senses. This article is pure joy. In January, Mikhail Minenkov, the mayor of Nevinomysk in Stavropol region in the south of Russia, made headlines when he encouraged the men in the city to sneak up on their wives and impregnate them the very evening. Sneak up on them and impregnate them. For birth rates to increase, one mustn't sleep, eat, or drink. Instead, one must fall in love, Minenkov added. And sneak up on your partner. Fine. Fine. This is fine. During his address to the Federal Assembly in late February, Russian President Vladimir Putin said a large family with many children should become the norm in the country. The philosophy of social life, the guideline of the entire strategy of the state, according to the president, over the next 6 years, Russia should achieve a sustainable increase in birth rate. Otherwise, Russia will be in trouble considering just how many people are leaving this world in a certain conflict that are Russian citizens. You know. Okay, never mind. Preliminary data published by the state statistics agency Rosstat last month suggested that only 1,264 million babies were born in Russia in 2023, the lowest number since 1999. The figure didn't include the statistics from either the People's Republic of Donetsk and Lugansk or the Kherson and Zaporizhia regions, which were officially incorporated into the Russian state in the fall of 2022. That's a joke. That's a laugh. Amid the conflict with Ukraine following referendums held in those 4 areas. According to Rostat's forecast, birth rates in Russia will only start growing after 2028. By 2046, the population of the country shall reach 138 million, the agency said. It's all thanks to the surprise sex during Women's Day. It's all gonna be achieved during the surprise sex sessions, and I don't know. I love this article. That is all that I can say. I love this article with all my soul. Whew. Okay, that was damn. That was an interesting thing. Let's make more babies. Make babies, Muppet babies, that will be sent to the front to fight in some future war for the glory of Mother Russia. Mother Russia. Oh no. That's horrible. Jesus. Okay. I wanted to check something, but there was something that I wanted to check, but it flew out of my brain. It flew out of my brain like a weird thing. Damn. It's like a little baby. Wait, maybe I'll do something. World. What? Oh, Jesus. Huh. Biden. Putin will not stop at Ukraine. I mean, that's true. It will not. That's true. He will not. Oh, this is very interesting. Damn. I guess we'll look at it in a bit. So I guess Turkey wants to play peacemaker. Turkey wants to be a big player on the international stage. Turkey wants to be what China claims to be. China claims to be this big peace negotiator that respects the borders and integrity of every country unless it's Taiwan. And basically, I guess Turkey decided to be this sort of force for peace when it comes to the Ukraine-Russia war. which is why a proposal from the president of Turkey, the president of Turkey, Tayyip Erdogan, has proposed that he's ready to facilitate the talks. He's ready to just make the peace talks happen. He's ready to end this conflict in a peaceful resolution. It's time. Turkey will make it happen. Turkey will facilitate a peace plan that will be satisfactory to both Russia and Ukraine, especially to Ukraine. It will be so good. Russia will just withdraw all of its troops from Ukraine and also leave Crimea for sure. Like, once Turkey works its magic, I'm sure a peace agreement hadn't be reached. Let's see what this is all about. I'm still in the pregnancy mode. Maybe I'm thinking too much about pregnancy. It's okay. We're getting into the topic. Erdogan offers to host Ukraine-Russia peace summit after meeting Zelensky. We're gonna have peace. Finally, someone proposed to host a perfect peace. A perfect peace. Finally, if anyone can do it, Turkey can do it. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan said that Turkey is ready to host a peace summit between Ukraine and Russia after the meeting with his counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky on March 8th in Istanbul. Turkey has tried to maintain good ties with both Kyiv and Moscow amid Russia's full-scale invasion and sought to position itself as a mediator in the war. See, Turkey is like smart, keeping good relations with both sides. Perfect mediator, Aren't we the perfect mediators? We're gonna make this happen. We're gonna make everybody happy. We're gonna make all the sides sort of make peace. Just like that. Just like that. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen just like that. Just like that. The final rounds of unsuccessful peace talks in 2022, occurred in the Turkish city of I was about to say that Turkey had nothing to do with it and therefore it failed, but that was just warm up. That was just warm up. Turkey has learned its lesson, the lessons of the war, and now's the time for the real deal. The peace talks in 2022 that occurred in Turkish city of Antalya. That was a warm up. That was just feeling the water, the temperature of the water. Now Turkey is prepared to make this happen. Ukraine insisted on conducting peace talks based on its 10-step peace formula, which includes a full withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukraine. Moscow denied the proposal. Well, Turkey, that was your time to do the mediation, no? You should have mediated. You should have mediated Russia into accepting the 10-point plan. Turkey, do your job. Do your job, Turkey. You should. We are giving our utmost contribution for the war. to end on the basis of negotiations. We are ready to host a peace summit that Russia will attend to. Erdogan said, adding that Turkey fully supports Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. Well, then why didn't you mediate Russia into accepting the 10-point peace plan? 10-step peace formula, I'm sorry. Why didn't you? What's happened? I mean, we all know the answer to that. That was warm up. Now Turkey is ready. They said they are ready. It says here, we are ready. So they're ready. Maybe they were not ready before, but now they are. So it's gonna happen. Zelensky said that Ukraine does not see a place for Russia during the peace summit. That's not good. Zelensky's really unappreciative of mediation powers of Turkey. Turkey should say, but Mr. President Zelensky, sir, we are ready. We are ready. Why not allow us to do our magic? We are ready. We're so ready. We cannot see opportunities how to invite people who block everything, destroy and kill. We want to achieve the result, a just peace for Ukraine, Zelensky said, which is more than fair enough. Switzerland in January agreed to host a global peace summit on Ukraine. Over 160 countries will be invited to discuss Kyiv's peace formula and create a joint document on what needs to be done to restore the country's sovereignty. Andriy Yermak, Ukraine's presidential office head, said that Ukraine could invite representatives from Russia to a future peace summit if an upcoming meeting of global leaders in Switzerland proves successful. So, I don't know. To me, it feels like, quite frankly, like a wasted opportunity for perfect peace. I think that Turkey is ready. I think that Turkey would have made it happen. I think Turkey this time would have surely would have sort of moved its way to mediate Russia into accepting the 10-step peace formula, and everyone would have lived happily ever after. It's just that Zelensky couldn't accept it in his hubris. That is my analysis of this whole situation. Turkey is ready and is willing to make everything right, to put everything as how it should be, but Zelensky just won't have it. He's stubborn. And so it is what it is. We are where we are. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. We almost had peace. I'm going to use this as an argument in future debates. I'm going to say, you think Ukraine wants peace? Well, take into consideration that Turkey was ready to facilitate peace, but Zelensky wouldn't have it. What do you say now, pro-Ukraine person that is talking to me for some reason? There you go. That's the segment. Thank you. Beautiful. Nice. We've done it. It was amazing. And yes, like and subscribe and give me all your money. Give me all your money, not just some of your money. Give me all of your money. And I guess we'll be finishing for tonight because it's late or rather early, and I don't know. It's 5 hours of streaming is enough. So I'll see you. Good night. Sleep tight. Read some books. I'm gonna read books. And that's it. It's been lovely. I have to press end stream. And dream of future pregnancies. Good night.